is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Jeremy Lee in the building and every guest that you ever needed. Sports cards after hours keep the hobby heated. Updates, hobby talk like you never seen it. Sports cards live and none could ever beat it. Sports cards is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Welcome to another episode of Sports Cards Live with your host, Jeremy Lee.
And what is going on? Welcome, everybody, to episode number 324 of Sports Cards Live. It is Saturday night, August the 15th, 2026. My name's Jeremy Lee. Welcome, everybody. Want to let you know I will be back here on Sports Cards Live YouTube as well as on Fanatics Live Collect Originals for the weekly auction ending watch party, Fanatics weekly auction ending watch party tomorrow night. Going to be a great time. We're going to buy a card to give away. Guys, Leighton Sheldon is still purchasing your vintage collections. Reach out to him, Leighton at justcollect.com and auctionwire.ai. If you would like to experience the power of AuctionWire, please use promo code SCL. That will get you 2 free months instead of 1. And see a funny comment there. And yeah, check it out. Promo code SCL for AuctionWire. I've been using it a lot. We're gonna probably use it a bit tonight too. Check out AuctionWire, guys. Also, if you're ever in the Greater Toronto area, make sure you visit one of the 2 Mint Inc. locations. Mint Inc. is setting the pace for the hobby in Canada. When you make your trip up north or west, east, south, wherever you're coming from, go check out the Mint Inc. stores, guys. In Toronto, the Front Row Card Show's in Vegas this week, and I saw Chum Lee with a booth there. 600 tables, and their big Pasadena show in Los Angeles is coming up September 5th and 6th with 770 tables, but you can check out all their dates and locations at frontrowcardshow.com. And guys, as you well know, grading is expensive. It ties up your time, your money, your assets, but you can get it right with Mr. Minty offering a full line of 100% substance-free. Some people don't realize that. Substance-free for the last few years. Substance-free pre-grading supplies, preparation, evaluation, and concierge drop-off and pickup services at both PSA and BGS, designed to help you collectors save your money in that expensive grading process. And you can meet Mr. Minty in person at many shows across the whole wide world. And if you'd like to save 25% on an order at mrminty.com, use promo code SCL25. And guys, CIA Auctions is ending tomorrow. This Sunday, their August auction ends, but bidding is open until then. CollectorInvestorAuctions.com to register and bid. And shortly, I'm going to show you, well, when we bring Joe up on the screen, we're going to show you my watch list on CIA. And there's one card I'm bidding on that I really want to win, but I'll show you guys that very shortly. Again, CollectorInvestorAuctions.com. And guys, this episode is also brought to you by Slab Sharks, Upper Deck, the Sport Card Expo, Inferno Red Technologies, ComC, and Card Ladder. If you're not yet a Card Ladder subscriber, there is a promo affiliate link in the video description below. Hit that and check it out. And guys, you can listen to these shows on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Your comments and questions will mostly be in play as usual on Sports Cards Live. But let's bring out my buddy from California, Mr. Joe Poirot. What's up, buddy? How are you? How are you feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. Thanks, Jay Lee. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, buddy. I am doing good. Had a nice day today with the family. Did a bit of work. Went to the mailbox, picked up a card I received. So it's a good day when you have a mail day, and the hobby is moving forward. I was gonna say like with or without you, but certainly with me, without a lot of people too, I think. But the hobby is moving forward. I'm loving it as always. And but listen, Joe. Last week we talk briefly about your very first national experience. Guys, listen, I know the Nationals like 2 weeks ago, but you might not have heard it was Joe's very first time there. So we're going to hear a bit about Joe's experience. What did Joe think as a first-time attendee? We're going to look at your pickups, and then we're going to get into some other things. So let's kick that off. I'm curious, man. I mean, obviously we talk and we hung out there, but now that you've had a couple weeks to sort of let things simmer, you've gone over, you've debriefed the whole week, the Tuesday night, or the Wednesday morning, all the way through Sunday night, in your head, emotionally, physically, looking back on it as a first-time attendee. And the reason why this is interesting is for all you future first-time attendees out there watching and listening, and people who are just curious what Joe's perspective was. How, looking back, what are you happy you went? Was it worth it? Tell us your thoughts.
Super happy that I went and had a blast. I will say, it was a bit vertiginous, trying to both figure out the lay of the land, and I'm one of those people that feels like if I'm doing something, I gotta do it to my fullest ability. So I was trying to see each and every table, each and every card, and that was somewhat fruitless because it just I couldn't see every little square inch of the showroom or the showrooms, but yeah, the whole experience, from the evening dinners with the generosity of so many wonderful hobby people, to the card ladder, activation with all of their peeps, and having kind of a hub there, to getting some time with you, getting some time with David Chase, Greg, and then a lot of other people that I've maybe only met once or twice before, or in some cases have never met. Victor and I had a wonderful sort of spontaneous conversation on the showroom floor. In terms of the cards, I think my overall effect, now with a few weeks removed, is now that the exhaustion has mostly passed, it's kind of sharpened my eye a little bit in terms of where I see value. And I think that's just being proximate to so many amazing cards. I found myself kind of trending a little bit more back towards vintage. I do the ultra modern basketball and sort of the 90s modern. But exposed to all those cards, I really found myself kind of going back to my roots and looking at the older pre-war cards, and really hunting, as was everybody else, that strong eye appeal, and being able to see it in person is always helpful. And then like you and David were talking on The Hangover, great show. Since I have a new eye for non-sports cards, just looking at a lot of, everything from Jimi Hendrix, Marilyn Monroe to Abraham Lincoln and Mickey Mouse, and all the different options and opportunities that are there. So super fun from that respect, just to see such a large selection of cards.
Did you find the room or the rooms overwhelming? Like, were you able to navigate? Did you know where you were? What was it like? You've been to the West Coast show. You've been to other shows as well, the various locations there. How did you find the setup? Like, were you ever overwhelmed, or were you like, no, I can handle this?
No, I was super overwhelmed. I mean, and I eventually, maybe by like the third day, like Saturday, I kind of started to have a beat on at least the main spots that I wanted to go to. But there was one moment where I think, Greg Miller was like, come on over here, like took me into a room, and I don't even know if I'd been to that room as of yet. And it was a massive room. It was like a whole wing with more cards and more tables. So one of the things I've been doing is watching some content and seeing some of the other activations, like where you went with the history of cards, some of the top stuff, a lot of really cool stuff. I just completely had blinders on and was only looking at cards. And even then, I had a hard time, but I did eventually sort of key into the tables and the dealers, and the spots that were the most interesting.
And the cards themselves, did you find that you were able to acquire cards? Was there any difference for you between the Wednesday, the first day, and the Sunday? Was there, I think a lot of people find that, Wednesday might be tougher because dealers want to see what they can get throughout the week. Sunday might be easier because dealers want to sell more before they leave. Did you experience that, or how can you sort of let people know what you experienced?
Yeah. I mean, I went in with the strategy of trying to strike quickly. but I didn't strike quickly. I didn't move into sort of that high eye appeal, perhaps just regularly priced or underpriced card that would just make me pull the trigger right away. So at that point, I kind of waited, and I made most of my big purchases on Saturday. Actually, I wanted to give myself a little buffer time, but at that point, I'd kind of scoped everything out and also liquidated enough cards where I felt like I had the capital to kind of pull the trigger on a couple big items. So I had the intention of striking quick because that's what everybody said. It's like if you don't pick off the bargains right out of the gates, they'll be gone. And I feel like I did maybe miss that window because I didn't get any screaming deals. But I did eventually land, I think, cards that are nice additions to my collection, and I feel pretty happy about.
Awesome. Well, we're going to take a look at those cards in just a few minutes. First, I would like to say hello to everybody in the chat. Brian, good evening and welcome. Laura, always a pleasure to see you. Our friend Bill Betts, hello to you. Man of San Diego 619, welcome to the stream. Ken Wood, welcome. Confluence. Mr. Mickey Mintle, good evening to you. Jayhawker, good evening. Does the state of grading change more often than the Kardashians change boyfriends? I'll have to check with my wife and let you know. Boomy, good evening to you. Jordan Firth, good evening from Lonely Beach. What's up? Lonely Beach, Manitoba. Good to see you, Jordan. Ken Fickle, good evening to you. This is what had me laughing at the beginning with BW. We do, start, not over. That was good. What's up, Silver Raccoon? Chris, ho, it's off to Sports Cards Live I go. Welcome, Shaheen. Good to see you. Been a while since we've seen you, Shaheen. Called Shot, welcome. Ken Wood is home from the Shipshewana Card Fest. Did very well selling. Humble brag, I did 13,000 in sales. It was very busy with foot traffic. Congratulations on your big sales day. Larry Gitlin, good evening to you. Sports Card Reverie, hello. We've got Dan's Vintage is back. What's up, Dan? Foul Ball, good evening to you. Thorson is here. What's up, Kev? Laura, yes. Sammy Hill, hello. We got Mike Palena is back. Tony Talks Cards, one of the few times you can. Good to have you, Tony. Welcome. We got Jacob Dahl here. What's up, Jake? Tony, yes, good evening. Oh, one of the few times you can make it live. Glad to have you here. Jeff Hart, Patriot. What's going on, buddy? Jeff was our guest last Saturday. Mid-Atlantic, Ryan. I still have look at this. I still have Ryan's Mid-Atlantic Card Show ad here. This is August 29th, everybody. We're going to shout him out. August 29th, Silver Spring Civic Center, Maryland. That's Mid-Atlantic Card Show. Jake Dahl, which card, Jeremy, did you get in? I don't know what you're talking about, Jacob. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yankees fan, what's going on? What is going on? Nice to hear. Thank you so much. Congrats to you, Joe. Haven't bothered myself either. I think to go to the National is what he's talking about there, but I'm not 100% sure. What's up, Tony? Southern Collector 14. Killing it over there on his YouTube channel. Mookie Chilson is with us. Confluence is here. Mike Double V live from Calgary. It's Saturday night. What's going on, buddy? Sammy Thunder is here. Check out Sammy's channel if you haven't yet. Piccolina, the cat. What's going on, Piccolina? YK says, hey, Jeremy, do you plan to talk about the Macklin Celebrini Young Guns Gold Outburst, currently at $732,000, almost double the most expensive modern hockey card sale ever? Well, wouldn't you know it? I am planning to talk about it. We have it ready to go right here. This is it, guys. This is probably the most, I think this is the most expensive hockey card to ever sell outside of the PSA 10 Wayne Gretzky rookie cards, whether those are the Topps or Peachy. But this Macklin Celebrini 1-of-1 Gold Outburst is going to sell tonight. And it is currently at $732,000, guys. We've never seen anything like that before in hockey, but it's nice to see hockey is, at least I like to see it. It is contending with some of those big basketball, baseball sales as well. Absolutely. What's up, Jake? A Wax Pack Wisdom. Sammy Thunder says tons of MBA slabbed vintage at the East Coast National today. Hello, Orlando. David Cooey is here. Jeff McMahon. Sundin. Yeah, we're up to 732. Absolutely. Planet Metal. one of the only places where all the grails come together. I think he's talking about the National, and there is Midlife Cards. Greg, please mark me present, live from Sacramento. You are certainly present. Sammy says dealers are getting their MBA orders back within the same month. They are fed up with the long turnaround times. I hear it. Greg says, I don't usually take Joe into secret rooms, but I did that day. What is up, Stukes? Good to see you, as always. Sammy says, now it's just a matter of how to price them. I asked a number of dealers today who had MBA slabs on how they're pricing them. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. The sports car professor is here. What's up, Professor? We've got, Orlando says, sounds like we all went to the card show today. So Tony talks. Each year I've been to Chicago. It's overwhelming no matter how many times. Yeah, it is overwhelming for sure. Desert Shield Sniper says he thinks MBA could be a vintage collector's solution to PSA. I could see it happening. What's up, Flint Hall? Welcome. Will Deal Hollyfield says CGC is going to take over. Kevin Hawthorne is here. Welcome, welcome. Confluence wants to know, do we know if the Xenia show was marked safe from Chris from Missouri wardrobe malfunction? I don't know what we're talking about. Indie Shack, what's going on? Good to see you. All right. Lots more comments, but thank you, everybody. Where Mollico says, where is Josh? Still napping. He'll be on with us a little bit later, guys. Absolutely. Tony says, I agree with Mookie. That room in Chicago is the worst setup for a car show. Yeah. I mean, at least they have it, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The best room for the National, in my opinion, ever was the original Cleveland, the Cleveland room. Atlantic City is good, too. I just don't like going there. We'll see what Detroit holds 2 years from now. I'm excited to see that. Rob Star, what's going down? Welcome, as always. There's Theo Clemente, collector. What's going on, Theo? And Cartel says, pickles taste better in pickle juices. I can't really disagree with that at all. That makes sense to me. Collection MSL, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. All right, guys. So, all right. We showed you the Celebrini. I'm keeping my eyes on this Celebrini over there. It's in extended bidding. I don't know how long it's going to last. It could be hours. It could be, the whole thing could be over in 12 minutes. No new bids yet in extended bidding. Before I share with you guys my watch list on Collector Investor Auctions, which is ending tomorrow, collectorinvestorauctions.com. Joe, why don't we take a look at your pickups from the National? Because we usually do that on the hangover, but you weren't there because you're back to work. So we're going to do it here today, guys. Listen, can we all give Joe a nice round of applause for the pickups he made that you're about to see? And Joe, I'm going to start with the duel. Is that okay? We'll start with the duel. Tell your quick story about it, and we'll go on from there. So here it is, everybody. Joe's kind of the last pickup, I think, because I didn't see it until we were kind of on our way to the airport. But here it is. Joe picked up this beautiful, flawless career colors, Jerry Rice. Joe, tell us about it.
Yeah, 2020 flawless. Kind of growing up a Raiders fan from childhood, but then becoming a Niners fan after they left the second time. Jerry Rice, iconic GOAT. GOATs are in. This is not just two pieces. It's two different jerseys, as anyone can see. Numbered to 10, a bit of a ghost card. Found this with a dealer that I really like the stuff he carries. I believe his name is Zach. He's always there with his dad. Seen him all the way back to the Burbank card shows. And just a PC item, nothing crazy. Game used, of course. The foil pops and Jerry Rice. I mean, greatest non-quarterback football player ever, if not the greatest football player ever. So
he's in the discussion, in my opinion, for sure. Love collecting some Jerry. It's a cool card, man. You got two pieces of game used uniform, as you said, two teams, numbered out of 10. Sweet piece, man. And it hits home close to home for you because you're in the Bay Area. So, all right, card number 2. We're going to go with your other more modernish card. This one I really liked. Here it is, everybody. Joe's big Bo Jackson card. Is this a 1 of 1? I believe it is.
It is a 1 of 1. It has that. So it's a 2014 National Treasures, first year football National Treasures, 1 of 1. Bo Jackson, the platinum foil on that just sold me, and you get a laundry tag as well. Some interesting, wording there, and just I saw the card and I was just like, wow. And I asked the dealer about it, and he's like, yeah, I've had that stashed for the National. That's probably been out, all of 6 hours. And I was just, all right, I'm going to pounce. Not the kind of card you see, and I don't think it's ever been sold in public domain.
Well, I really like it, man. And like was said in the comments there, old school national treasures is pretty fun. Jake Dahl called that one out, which I think is pretty cool too. I loved it when you showed it to me.
And kind of funny, like football, right? Like football and Jersey football, like not exactly my main lane, but you got to stay nimble. And when you see something that speaks to you, I think that's the wisdom that I was operating on. It's just like, okay, pull the trigger.
Yeah. All right, guys, there's 5 cards total that Joe picked up. 2 of them are down. We're going to go to the next one. This is a beautiful piece. I don't really have much familiarity with it, but I sure love the looks of this one, Joe. Here it is. The 1910 E96 Philadelphia Caramel Home Run Baker, Joe. And I love how you describe this card, so please go for it.
Yeah, thanks. So this came from Stan, terrific dealer to work with. I think a lot of people know him. He's got a pretty vast vintage collection with a lot of options. This card has been in my sights for well over a decade. I just find it to be one of the most aesthetically pleasing of the the caramel cards, the E96 in this case. Great centering, but the thing that got me about this card is just that raspberry background with the white, both the white in the borders and the white of the uniform. I just think it's a beautiful composition. And Home Run Baker, there's names of certain players that we've maybe probably forgotten about or not heard of, but Home Run Baker, that's going to stay in people's memories, and kind of just a classic baseball tobacco card.
Look at that. Dan just picked up the same card on Net 54. Pretty cool. Very, very cool. Listen, it's not a card I'm familiar with, but it grew on me. I like how you describe that raspberry background. It's beautiful.
And the 1.5, kind of cheat code there with, like, obviously it's got some issues, not saying it's a high-end vintage card, but that extra 0.5 probably coming through for aesthetics, centering, and just, it's not the kind of, I know it's not perfectly centered, but those caramel cards are really wicked to try and find centered. So this one counts in that regard.
Very nice. Very cool card, Joe. Glad that you helped me introduce me to it. So thank you for that. All right, 2 more. I guess we'll go with this one next, Joe.
Can I lead into these 2, because these other ones, fairly modest pickups. I mean, the bow cost a little bit, and I don't know if you can see the 1 of 1, probably not on that. I think that's a big part of the bow. Can you see the 1 of 1? It's just that old.
We trust you that it's there.
Well, trust me, please. Anyway, so I brought maybe like 30, 35 slabbed cards, just of stuff that I either had doubles of or that was no longer speaking to me. Maybe, Greg would have a particular term for them, connected to dogs, types of cards in terms of their condition. But they were nice cards. And but it was like between Thursday and Friday, I went through the process of kind of, cashing them out, liquidating them, and generated some cash. I still needed to put a few more cards into these deals just to kind of get the price tags down. But I wanted to preface that with, I did not, I pretty much came to the show with cards and left with cards and spent a little bit of money, but most of my pickups here were funded with cards that I, had for a while and just was ready to move off of.
All right. So which one do you want to do first? The earlier card or the later card?
Let's go with the T206 first, please.
A beautiful T206 sweet cap, 150/30 Ty Cobb green portrait. Just a gorgeous card, Joe. My goodness, I was very envious and happy and excited for you when I saw it. It's a killer card. Tell your story.
Right. So, this one caught my eye. This was on the second floor. Those of you who were there know the second floor was like a madhouse, and probably more modern, but definitely some vintage up there if you kept your eyes peeled. The dealer who I bought this from, I don't know if he was a particularly big dealer. He was out of New York. And as soon as I asked to see that card, he started yelling at me in a friendly way, like, buy that card. Somebody needs to buy that card. And I got the feeling that he was angry because of the altered designation. And he more or less said, if you have the cojones, you should crack that out. And, so I couldn't see right out of the gates what the issue was with the designation of altered. But if you look, and I don't even think you can see that this is the PSA image, but on the bottom right corner on the white, there is an erased pencil with, I believe, like the letter B and then a 3 and then a 9. And it's so faint that you can't see it. But I'm understanding that the altered probably came from the fact that somebody erased or attempted to erase and accomplished partly erasing a pencil mark or a series of pencil marks on the bottom right. So meanwhile, the card is just, look at it. Sweet Caporal, I heard from our friend Petty, Mr. Mike Petty, Chuck, let me know that usually you see the deeper green background on the portraits with the Sweet Caporal backs. So that was something I learned in this process. And, again, centering, no creases. There's a little divot up on the upper right, just where the green meets the white. But other than that, that is kind of just how you'd like your tobacco card to look. And the guy, I'm not going to do this, but he was like, you need to crack that out and just go ahead and erase all of it. It's like, what's the worst they can do? And I was like, I don't know, but I just love it as it is. So I'm just going to, roll with it.
Well, like Trees and Cardboard says, you could take it to the spa, but I don't think you're going to do that. I love it exactly as it is. And when you showed it to me, I saw that erased pencil below, but I didn't realize it was erased pencil mark. I just thought it was like some, I don't know, toning or staining or something. And then you said, and I had a look, I'm like, you know what, man, it's perfect if that is what the alteration is, that someone wrote in pencil on it and then someone tried to erase it off of the back of the pencil. Talk about a great altered card for your collection. This thing presents, look at the centering, look at the registration, the color. It's got sexy, honest corners. It's a perfect card. I love it, dude. You killed it. You killed it on this card, and you killed it on the next one too.
Well, it wasn't a card that there was probably, 10 to 20 cards that I kind of had my eyes open for. And this happened to be one of them. But, I didn't go in just thinking like it's time for a green cob. It was more, what opportunity arose. And this definitely seemed like an opportunity.
Like Jake here says, that's a perfect version I'd love to own. Absolutely. I would absolutely love to own that copy too. Yeah. Sexy card, says Eric. I agree with you. Oh, Confluence. I say sexy all the time. That should be on your bingo card every single episode of Sports Cards Live. What's up, Kinger? Welcome to the show. All right. And then the last pickup of Joe's. Guys, if you thought this was impressive, check out this card. And guys, we called him Beater Joe for a couple years. He is now, as Mookie called him in the chat earlier, Rodeo Joe. Check out this absolute beauty. Oh, yeah. 1933 Gaudi, number 181, Babe Ruth, yellow background portrait. My goodness. Joe, tell us about this one.
Yeah. So again, I had 2 of the 4 Gaudi Ruths coming into the show, the red and the yellow. What are those, 144 or something? And I've owned this card in the past, but I owned a real Beater Joe copy, and it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know if you ever had that, if you've had like a card that, you had, and it somehow influenced the way you felt about the card. And got a little.
Sorry, I got major thunder going on outside here. So
great, little summer shower. So anyway, the card again just jumped out at me, and this comes from Garrett, and I believe his dad's name is Gary. Ballpark Memories. Probably a lot of our viewers are familiar with them. Carry great cards, great portfolio. And there's actually a Jackie that they had, a 52 Jackie, that was sort of first on my list. But overnight, there was a little bump up in the price. I think Garrett had a a little sea change, which was fine because I didn't. There was something about that Jackie card I wasn't entirely sold on, but this Ruth card started to grow on me more and more. And as has been pointed out by some of our friends, I can be a little indecisive. I can take my time getting my decision making process together. I think it was about over the course of about 2.5 days before I pounced on this. I got some trade into it. The real catalyst was when Garrett pulled in a PSA 5 and bought it outright and then placed it in the case next to this. And I saw the two side by side, and there was a massive price disparity. Jay Lee, are you there? I thought it was on my end. Anyway, there was a massive price disparity, and it seemed too good to pass up. So I pulled the trigger. Maybe the lightning's got Jay Lee. I'm not sure if that's usually it's Wi-Fi Joe. But anyway, amazing card. There is an issue on the bottom left corner, obviously, but no creases, reasonably well centered, and just kind of an iconic pose of the Babe in action, or not in action, but just with a real, I don't know, classic look. And it looks like maybe I'm hosting Sports Cards Live now. Maybe I should check the chat. Let's see what the chat is saying here. Jeremy is in shock at my pickup. Yeah, well, I've been in shock too. And at one point he actually said, Joe, are you just staring at that Ruth? He texted me a couple days after I got home. And I was just like, kind of, yeah. I mean, in fact, it's right here. I'm probably going to take it down to the safety deposit box here in a week or two, but it's been glorious just to hold it in hand and again develop a brand new appreciation for the 181. Was not on my bingo list. A Ruth was, but in all honesty, I was looking for the full body batting pose one. I had that prioritized a little bit higher than this one, but now that I've picked up this one, it may have supplanted all of the three others in terms of my appreciation of the aesthetics. And I think that just has a lot to do with this particular example. The pinstripes, the way Babe is kind of holding the barrel of the bat that comes right at you. I have a new appreciation for the 181, and my two, the red and the yellow, they're in old BVG slabs, and I've got to figure out what I'm doing with them. Here I have an SGC slab. I'm an SGC guy, but it's do you want uniformity? Do I want to get the yellow and the red in a tux, or do I want to shift any of them into PSA? That's been on my mind as well. I'm looking at the comments here. So taking over. I'm happy that a few of you got to see it in person. A few of my friends got to hold it in hand. We brought it to the Greg Midlife dinner. Coach Mike, Greg's dad, got to take a look at it. So getting his approval of the card was a big win. Looks like Jay Lee's going to have to start back up here. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, the lightning may have had some impact on this, and we could hear that all the way through. News alert, sports card Illuminati takes Jeremy Lee captive during show. Yeah, that's what's happening, Bob Boozle. Yes, I Clemente collector. I know when Jay Lee did his rant so soon after I acquired this, I gave him some pushback. I said, damn, man, I mean, did you really have to go that hard at SGC? And Jay Lee just laughed. He, clarified that he really just has a thing about the slabs, not the company, not the expertise of the graders. So that brought us some peace in my heart. And of course, he has a pretty big Babe Ruth in an SGC 5, I believe, the yellow one. Thank you for suggesting giving the video a like, Hodges. Appreciate that. Mickey Mental, the Trebek comment is classic. Alex Trebek. How many cuss words are coming out of Jeremy Lee's mouth? Well, Michael Ham, I would say at least 10, the over and under, maybe 20. Yeah, we hear you, Jay Lee. We hear you. And I'm sure he's spinning his wheels to get back on here. Let's see. The Celebrini took him out. Yeah, that's funny. Let's see. What else do we have? Ham and we've got Jay Lee's in the chat. Okay, well, Jay Lee, mind yourself. Don't do anything too crazy. And Joe, I know you enjoyed seeing my gold Stephen Curry with LeBron in the background. Yeah, as a Curry collector, it was hard to be around so many big Currys. Some of them were just so far out of my league. I've also put a fair amount of my assets into Curry over the last 6 months, I would say. So I felt like this was sort of toggling back into the direction of vintage. And personally, when I was in the showroom floor and just looking at cards on an intuitive level, and this sounds funny to say, but it felt like the Babe Ruths were undervalued relative to all the things that have come up, both in the modern and ultra modern world, not to mention the vintage world with the Jackies and the Satchels. I know it sounds shocking, but is it possible that the rate of growth has extended to a lot of other players besides Ruth? I haven't done any research on this, but that's just how it was feeling to me, at least with this particular copy. It felt like really good value to kind of get in at this time with a player who's not going away. I mean, we can talk about the second tier. We can talk about the third tier of all-time greats. Ruth is in the first tier, and that's not changing anytime soon. Bob Boozle, let's see, where are we here? Ruth is undervalued. So I'm glad you agree. Or we'll see what happens. I mean, undervalued is such a weird term, right? Because it's not undervalued; it's what people are paying. But maybe it's more reasonable to say that people have lost sight of the importance of Ruth, perhaps, or been distracted, or gone down some other rabbit holes, and maybe that means that there's some opportunity for people who are interested in picking up the Ruths. Let's see. We've got a few others. No lightning in Chicago, so Josh will be on. That's good. Josh, it was so fun just seeing you in your natural element, which is a card show where you were essentially running like a 10-person booth and holding court with all various people. I saw some cards I liked. I still haven't been able to pry any of your big Jordans out of your hands, and I know that's not really going to happen anytime soon because they are big Jordans, but it was fun hanging out with you and kind of also seeing your mid-90s auction tables and what you're up to in your side hustle. I don't know if it's a side hustle or full-fledged business. It seems pretty full-fledged to me. Let's see. Satchel is the new Ruth because Ruth reached his ceiling. That is, I think, what happened. And yet, there seems to be new ceilings reached every day. And so if the Satchel ceiling hit and the Ruth didn't hit a new ceiling, maybe that would be the discrepancy that I felt like I was noticing. Let's see. Yeah, and I'm curious, what do you guys in the chat? Which one is your favorite Ruth? I'm sorry, I'm not remembering the number. I know this is a 181. I think the red and the yellow are 144, and then the full standing shot. Someone help us out there. But I'd love to hear everybody's favorite of the four Ruths in the portfolio of 1933 Gaudy. I always had the red of the yellow and the red at the top. Or excuse me, the yellow, because I'd heard that it was slightly more rare than the red, and aesthetically, I thought those two were better. Then Jay Lee got his full body pose of Ruth in the batting pose, and that kind of caught my fancy. And so I was thinking, yeah, there's something about that. And as I said, now that I've got this in the collection, just the kind of shading of Ruth's pinstripes and the way the kind of subtle blues and the contrast with the sort of light lime green with the blue of the Yankee pinstripes. I just think it's hard to beat that one. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's see. I like them all. Yeah. 141. He looks drunk. Standing is 144. Okay. That's the one Jay Lee has. 141 might be the other two. Oh, Jay Lee, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you on, and we're gonna hear a lot about your experiences in Lightning Storm. Still going.
Yeah, there was a lightning flash and it took out my internet like the whole house. So I've rebooted this. I don't know. It might happen again, but Joe, I was listening on my phone. You were killing it. Thank you, buddy, for keeping the show going. Good job.
I assumed it was me. I assumed it was my Wi-Fi, the near the ocean Wi-Fi, which it usually is. But I'm glad you're back, buddy. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah. Solo Joe crushed it, Mookie. Yes, thank you, Terp. I'm glad to be here. Thanks everybody for having me. Thank you, Mickey Mintle. Yeah, good to be back. Good to be back. Celebrini took out all the power here. Yeah, that was pretty crazy actually. But I am going to just let me bring up that auction again on Golden so we can see what's going on. I also want to bring up my collector investor auctions again so that I can show. I want to still share my watch list over there because there's some fun cards. So we'll do that. But and I see, the Celebrini's up to 650K now, which is 793 with the buyer's premium. So just I got to set everything back up here. That's a big, for those of you who know StreamYard, you know that is a big pain in the butt what just happened. But there's the Celebrini. Yeah, 650 now, 793, 11 minutes left until they get another bid. I'm going to go bring on collector investor auctions because I'm going to get into my watch list, share those with you guys. It's fun, right? See what people are watching. And yeah, I got that up ready. So, okay, Joe, did you finish talking about the Babe, the beautiful Babe?
I went down the Babe rabbit hole. I think people know what I think about the Babe Ruth 1933 Gaudy selections at this point. And a few of our friends were texting me saying, do you want to text me the link? We can jump on with you. But at this point, I think we're back in capable hands. I think.
Well, we'll see how long that lasts. We'll see if it's coming up again. Anyway. All right. Let me just sort of get myself together again here. We are going to bring on our guest, Clark Kim, but not for about 17 minutes. Clark from 5 Card Guys, the Cards to the Moon podcast. He is our featured guest tonight. We're going to bring him on in about 15 minutes. Joe will stick around for a few of those. You'll go. David and Chris or Chris and Josh are going to join us. David is a maybe. He's out at some big fun convention with his son this weekend. So hopefully he's able to join us a little bit later on. And lots going on, but okay. All right, Joe, I'm so proud of you, buddy. Thank you so much for your pickups, of course, and holding the fort down. So, but guys, okay, collector investor auctions. Here's my watch list on it. All right. So they have this, speaking of NBA, here's the NBA 7 52 tops Mickey Mantle, which looks like a beautiful card. Just the centering off to the right, but that's a very nice card. And the NBA slab, lots of talk about how these things are going to do. As you know, the hobby's favorite grading company is shut down relatively right now, and turnaround times are lagging. And I think Beckett is shut down a little bit, and SGC is getting itself ramped back up now under new management, which is great to see. But this is a great card. It's a beautiful card, and it's at $194,000. So it's on my watch list, but not one that I'm going to be able to purchase. I also am watching the PSA 451 Bowman Mantle, his one and only true rookie. This is a really nice copy. Like I have a copy of this in a higher grade, but this one is like almost just as nice as mine. Really nice copy right there. So I'm watching it out of curiosity more than anything else. It's at $29.5. The Shoeless Joe Jackson 1940 play ball. I like watching this card. I find it to be an interesting card. I already have a Shoeless Joe. Do I need another one? Probably not. But it's I don't know, something about that the 39 play ball, the 40 play ball. Those sepia toned issues are pretty cool. And then we have the two Mickey and Walt cards, the 31 Wills. So you've got the 3.5 here, which is at $1,400. This is a record sale for this card in this grade, is my understanding. And then you've got the PSA 5 copy at $3,050. So $3,050 for that one, and $1,400 for the 3.5. I missed the boat on this card. It's getting out of control. Here's one I really want to own. This one I might make a play on. The 51 Bowman Warren Spawn. It's like the last Spawn card I want to pick up, Joe. I love this pose. I love this card.
Could we go back to missing the boat on the Walt Disney? I'm just curious if you really believe that, because the magnet, like, I'm not a Mickey Mouse guy, but there's something about Petty and I were upstairs. I think it was Alex's table, had a big old Type 1 photo of that exact image. And I just was struck by the historical importance of that image. And then I saw it on a few cards. And so I don't know the pop counts. I don't know the background or even where it was released. But frankly, like, I would place that card that you just were looking at and saying you might have missed the boat on, I'd put that above the comic cards where it's Mickey actually in a comic. I just think there's something really classy about that. And yeah, man, don't write it off, Jaylee. Don't write it off, because we know how this goes, right? Like 3 years later, 5 years later, it's like, I thought it was high, but actually,
it could go higher, but that's a thing. Sometimes I don't know how the rest of you guys all feel out there, but when you pass on the purchase of a card several times because you just feel like you'll wait for a different copy, or you've already spent your budget for that show, you'll wait till later to get it, and then next thing you know, the card explodes. We talked about this we talked about this a bit last week on the show with Jeff Hart, who wanted to talk about, like, why does a card all of a sudden go crazy? And this one has done that recently. And it's like, I could have had a PSA 5 copy for $500 a couple years ago at the National, and I just didn't. So now do I want to spend $3,000 when I could have had it back then? It's one of those weird cases where you can't change the past, so fix it in the future. Maybe not. But also, it just might be one of those cards where, all right, I missed my chance. I'm just gonna sit that one out. Like, there's other cards, I might just sit it out. I think it's a great card. I think it's an important card. It's a classic card. But I'm really focused. I really love the 1935 Mickey Mouse, the colored comic looking one. So that's where I've put some of my capital lately. But there's the two copies of them. They're both great looking copies for the grade. So I like them, man. I like them. I do. But yeah, this Spawn is on my list. We'll see if I'm going to make a move at that particular copy. And then we've got a beautiful second tops Mickey Mantle, PSA 3.5 here, which is a very nice looking copy. I mean, it does have some issues, but it really just at the bottom there. Hold on, how can I do this? Right, I want to just the bottom left corner has some wear. The bottom right corner, but outside of those bottom corners, this copy's a stunner in my opinion. How about the James Bond PSA 4 copy from 1965 and the second year Johnny Bench? Look at, I almost don't want to show you guys these because, like, this looks like a really nice low grade second year bench card in a new cert, newish cert for PSA. Card isn't perfect. Bottom right corner has a ding, but I really like it. And it's a card that's on my want list. A couple of unopened Swedish Samlar Saker packs, which are cool. And then the Master Craftsman Ken Griffey Jr. numbered out of 100 from 98 Donruss Elites, a card that I used to have. I don't anymore. But look at that, 89 out of 100. Such a cool card. It's a cool thing about CIA. Thank you for their support of the channel here. And it's just a mix of everything over on the CIA auction. there's just so many things going on there. So many different cards, different genres. It's all over the place. Just to really go and view all lots. I'll scroll through the first page just to give you guys a quick look. And again, this ends tomorrow. So if you want to get in on the action, head over to Collector Investor Auctions and look at that. It's a mix of everything. There's a Jerry West rookie, some Star Jordan. So cool stuff, man. All right, we did your cards. The Celebrini, let's check in on that really quick and see what's happening, if it's still at 650, because this is like, we don't often follow auctions on Saturday nights, but this one is this is a big card for the hockey community, the hockey market, because we're at $793,000 so far on this card, and 3 minutes left for another bid to come in. So I'll keep my eyes on that over off on the side there, Joe.
Can I ask a question about hockey?
Yes, you may.
Can you think of a non-mem card in the ultra modern catalog that will have sold as high as this by the time the night's over?
No, there's none. There's nothing. I think this will become the highest selling hockey card of all time, outside of Wayne Gretzky's rookie cards, the PSA 10s, where we've seen sales of 3.75 million for the O-Pee-Chee, 1.2 or 3 for the tops. I mean, that even that autographed Gretzky, not what was a PSA, I forget what the grade was, but it was a 10 auto, maybe a 9 on the card, recently sold for like $600 or so $1,000. This Celebrini is already past it, and I've lost track of how many Stanley Cups Macklin Celebrini has won, but Gretzky won his share and has all the records. So it's interesting. It's nice to see.
It's amazing. And speaking not necessarily to the fact that Celebrini is yet to really, prove, I mean, a lot of this is baked in, but just in terms of the pedigree of the card, I didn't even catch, do you believe in the pedigree of the card as this being the preeminent ultra modern card?
I mean, it's one of them. Okay, so as you know, Young Guns in hockey can be traced all the way back to the 90-91, the inaugural hockey set. They had Young Guns in there, and they basically come out every year since then. It wasn't until I think 05 that they made them, or maybe even a bit earlier than that they made them really rare and made them like, 4 per box or 6 per box, whatever it was, and, a 50 or 100 card set. So Young Guns have a ton of equity in our hobby, brand equity. And only a couple years ago in the Bedard year did they go away from their standard format, which was the regular Young Guns, an exclusives parallel out of 100, and a high gloss parallel out of 10. And now they added a couple of others, one out of 250. I don't even know what it's called. Can't think of it right now. And they added the gold outburst 1 of 1, along with a bunch of other a silver outburst and a red outburst. So they're really taking advantage of the whole parallel era that we are in. They're diving into it with this, but they did it in a very I would say managed sort of way. They didn't just come out and flood the market with parallels like we've seen Panini has done for so long. And I don't know if Topps is as bad as Panini was with parallels, but they certainly have their share as well. So anyway, this is the gold 101 Young Guns. It doesn't get any better than this, except, and maybe not even, for a 1 of 1 Shield auto out of the Cup or Ultimate are the only contenders I can think of for this card. So gotcha. It's a big card, dude. Yeah, it's a big card, sure.
It's interesting. It's got a little bit of the gold vinyl vibe to it, although I'm not sure if the texture would be the same. It's probably a different sheen. Obviously, Upper Deck's different than Panini's, different than Topps Chrome. They all have slightly different things going on with their 1 of 1s, gold, X-Fractor. What is this one called?
Gold Outburst.
Gold Outburst. Cool.
So has there not been bids? 7, was that what it's over. Is it over? No, it was at 650. Now it's up to, so there's been 2 bids in the last couple of minutes here.
I think as we were yapping about it, your listeners were bidding. You were cajoling them into. No,
Yeah, it's now up to 750. It's now up to 915 with buyer's premium. So we're coming up to $1 million US. It's already well over $1 million Canadian. I mean, I just can't wait to see whose Instagram account we see posting it. Is it going to be Benjamin B, who buys a lot of high-end cards like this? Is it going to be the Crayquaza? We see that account with a bunch of killer cards out there. Is it going to be our buddy Clark, 5 card guys, who's going to be joining us here on the show? I just see if I can get a laugh out of him as he's in the back room right now. Mookie says he's barely 20 years old. He'll be finishing his career on Mars. Orlando says it's going over $1 million. Yeah, and before I got bumped out of the show, I had a whole bunch of comments I was going to address, but guys, those are all well in the past now, so apologies for that. The only other sort of things that I thought we'd just touch on, and maybe we'll talk about these later on in the show, Joe, once you're in the audience yourself. But we talked recently about Uncle Barry's 1952 Bowman autographed Mickey Mantle card that Justin from Rabbit Hole Auctions brought to light. And they have now announced that will actually be auctioning on Golden instead of on Rabbit Hole Auctions. And I actually messaged Justin earlier because I wanted to, when is it coming to auction? So he let me know it's coming to auction September 2nd is when it goes to auction on the Summer Vintage Elite Golden Auction. September 2nd to the 26th is when it will end. So it'll be fun to watch that card as well. Of course, Steve Grad has shared his thoughts on the legitimacy of the autograph. So we'll see where it goes. It's going to be fun to watch that one. Just to mention, that guy who stole the card with the kid at the National has been caught, and charges were not pressed. And I've seen some people kind of question why weren't charges pressed against the guy who stole the card. And the only thing I can think of, and I know nothing about it, but the only thing I can think of is because it might ruin the kid's life if that name is out there, and maybe the vendor got the card back and it's just like, you know what? Yes, we think you are a very bad man, but we are going to spare your kid, your grandkid, whatever it was. We're going to spare you because we're actually sparing your kid. Like, I'm trying to think of the plausible reasons for it, and that's the only thing that I can think of. There may be others. LGJ says, no charges. Dealer was from Europe. Okay, good. Kinger says, probably felt bad for the kid. That's what I'm thinking, Kinger, which I can understand that. Malco saying $1,037,000. Let's do the old refresh here, guys, and see if 750 is now 850. Oh, and counting. And counting.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey,
absolutely.
I don't know if you want to keep talking about that, but I had another question that of like emerging news that just dawned on me.
Well, before you change the topic, I'll just a couple more topics on that one first. Dan says the national thief is being charged with delinquency of a minor by the state. Okay. I just hope the kid is not taken down with the dad. That's what, like, this should all fall on the parent. And listen, I say should, what do I know? I think that's what you kind of want to see is the kid be spared. But it's just a sad situation overall. So Mollico says the vendor took the high road. Yeah, I think I'd have to think about it very hard myself. Random says his life is ruined anyway with that type of parent or grandparent. Hopefully not. So Word can't understand who has that much cash to buy the Celebrini. Yeah, well, it's at 850 still, $1,037,000 with the buyer's premium. Okay, Joe, what were you going to say?
Well, I mean, it's kind of in line a little bit with the Celebrini 1/1, but the Cooper flag got pulled, and I was literally on Alt just looking at some other card that I was hearing was running an auction. And I started at the top of the list, and I saw the Cooper flag there. I was like, wait, did this thing go to auction already? And then I was listening to some other content creators saying that Alt just apparently ran it themselves. I didn't really understand that. Do you have any insights and or any perspectives on Alt running an auction for a card they do not seem to have in possession?
I just have read what everyone else has, and I think it's a kind of a good move for Alt as far as marketing goes and getting their name out there. But at the same time, it's kind of like impeding on the owner's card, and they're trying to put a market value on it where they don't even have the right to do that. They have the right, but they don't have the card. So if I owned the card, I'd be pissed off at all for doing that. If I owned the card, I would not like that. I mean, is that the new thing? I'm going to auction off your card, and if you like the high bid that my bidders bring, you can sell the card to my high bidder. But these bidders are bidding without even knowing if it's a real auction. It's kind of, I need to learn more, but based on what I just said, if what I just said is the whole story, then I think it's a low class move. I think. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for getting through that first hour. Thank you for getting through, and Joe for handling the chat and keeping the entertainment going. Joe, you did a great job. I also want to shout out my good buddy Greg Miller. I just saw a text for offering to come in as well to fill in. I just saw that a minute ago. So thank you, though.
He's a mid reliever. He's ready to come in from the bullpen at any time.
That's great. I definitely appreciate that. LGJ says Alt said what it is. Okay, so I mean, maybe I don't know enough about it, but anyway, okay, guys. Our next guest, and Joe, you'll stick around for 15 or so while we bring Clark. Okay, guys, our next guest is somebody who I've been on his podcast before, like a few years ago. It's already been a while. He's somebody I've run into. Now he's a fellow Canadian collector, content creator, but I feel like I've ran into him at the National in past years. I've ran into him at the West Coast Card Show. I've ran into him at Fanatics Fest. I don't even know that I ran into him at the Expo where we both kind of have shows in our backyard. But he's somebody kind of like myself who I feel has appealed to the North American market, and that isn't just a hockey guy. We'll hear what he is in a moment, but let's bring him out. Please, a nice warm Sports Cards Live welcome for Clark Kim from the. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Clark. 1 second. Of the Cards to the Moon podcast. Clark, welcome to the show, buddy.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Oh, something's happening. There you go. I'm back on for the third time already. Jeremy,
welcome, Clark.
It's an honor to be on the program, and I just want to say, Joe, fantastic job. I'm so glad you were the first guest, and it wasn't me trying to hold fort, but it was amazing.
Joe, please meet Clark. Clark, please meet Joe. I'm glad to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure to meet you, Clark. Welcome to Sports Cards Live, and I'm honored to be on the stage with two very established content creators and Canadian content creators.
Just blame it on the lightning. Yeah. Sorry, Clark. That was the lightning. I'm obviously just getting back into things here, but listen, man, it's good to have you on the show. The reason why you're on, you're on because I'm so happy to have you on the show. But I reached out to you not too long ago. You had a guest on your podcast named Brent Wire. He also goes by Deep Value Investor. He runs Wire Sports. He's a sports card portfolio type of consultant, and you had him on. And he was telling a story, and he mentioned the Flippers Vortex. And I guess you hadn't really heard the term before. You're like, oh, I like that, the Flippers Vortex.
Yeah.
Maybe, I think you coined it right here. So I sent you a message, and I sent you a snapshot of my book, Pops and Comps, where I defined it in there. And just to set the record straight, the first time I've ever heard that term, I originally heard it in a private chat that I'm in, and I don't really know who came up with it, but I kind of want to give almost want to give Chris Hoge credit for first or at least me first hearing it. I don't know where Chris first heard it from. It might have even been Chris and Josh on the on the crossover. I don't exactly know, but I reached out. We started chatting. I'm like, let's get you on the show. It's about time. So
appreciate
welcome
it.
Again, Clark. Good to have you.
Appreciate it. And you know what's a funny story? When that podcast episode aired with Brent Wire, I got several messages saying, I think it's the card ladder guys that coined it. And then Jeremy, you reached out. You took a snapshot of the page in your book, like you just mentioned. And I was going to ask you who actually came out with it, and then you just explained it yourself. So I apologized. I sent a retraction, and hope that cleared things up afterwards.
Hey, listen, you were innocent. You just heard it. And Brent was in it. He just used the term as if I actually love that Brent used it as if it was such a common term because it is an interesting term. And I think it has a place in our hobby. And for anyone who wonders what we're talking about, I'll just read the definition that I wrote for it in Pops and Comps. The flipper's vortex is a recurring market cycle where the same cards change hands frequently among short-term sellers, creating overexposure that erodes the sense of scarcity. As visibility rises, desirability often falls, even when true supply has not changed. Yeah. So that makes sense to you, does it not, Clark, for what in the context that Brent mentioned it on your show?
That's a great definition, yes.
Joe, what about you? Yeah, Joe, how about you? Flipper's vortex. What do you think of the term? What do you think about the flipper's vortex?
I mean, it describes so aptly what we can see sometimes in the hobby when, something just kind of gets recycled in and out and in. And I think especially if you're going to a lot of shows, you'll kind of see those kinds of cards, or even the specific cards that might qualify for, being in the flipper's vortex. But yeah, when a term accurately reflects something that we're all experiencing, that's usually when it gains traction.
Yeah, well said. Chris in the chat says, it's sounding like man-made, made-up BS. If you're talking about the flipper's vortex, Chris, I just want to say that every word you say is man-made. Every word you say is man-made, Chris. So I don't know, but yeah, I don't want to eat your cornflakes right now, Chris. That's for sure. All right, so Clark, listen. I mean, why don't we get into a bit of your who you are in the hobby, your origin story, sure. What started you collecting, and kind of just give us that quick story from what got you into sports cards up until starting your podcast.
Yeah, no, for sure. Grateful for the opportunity. I've asked this question a million times as well on my podcast, the origin story, and I find a lot of similarities with a lot of my guests, and I'm sure you've heard similar stories as well. But for me, just before COVID, the nostalgia bug hit. One day I was randomly scrolling on the internet, saw a baseball card, and I'm like, I used to collect as a kid, and then I just wanted to kind of see values of my old collection. I also collected during the junk wax era, and sure enough, they're still worth a penny or a couple pennies if I was lucky. My Todd Van Poppels didn't rise in value. And I didn't have any of the Ken Griffey Jr. 1989 Upper Deck. So I was kind of starting from ground zero again. And then, it's just going down a rabbit hole when you get back into the hobby. And I'm a journalist by trade. And so, I do what a lot of writers and journalists do, just start writing about something that you enjoy, something you like. So I had a blog for my 5cardguys.com website. That's kind of where it originated. This is probably 2 years or so, like before COVID hit. And then we all know what COVID did to the hobby, kind of fueled everything and everything blew up. And around that time, I also started my social media channels, my Instagram and my Facebook. And the timing was perfect when I was just starting that channel. And my Instagram's grown to about 50,000 plus followers. And it started off with just posting my own cards that I collected or had. And then, I don't have that many cards. So I ran out of things to post. And then so I started posting other nice high-end cards that I enjoyed. Like that's always kind of early version of the watch list, things I would have loved to just have on my watch list. I'm just showing what cards they were. And then it just kind of, everyone just kind of started enjoying the content. Then auctions became a bigger thing for me to learn and what that was all about. And so I started just posting those up. And then a couple years later, with sports cards growing, the hobby growing, I met a few friends that I haven't spoken to in years. And of course, independently, they got into sports cards. And then we started a chat group. And then, we realized that we were just talking about sports cards all the time now. We have full-time jobs yet, just to relax. We're like, hey, did you collect anything? And did you buy anything? And then we realized the three of us, Hyung, John, and I, it's like we might as well just start pressing record on our conversations, because that's what we're doing, just talking about sports cards as friends. We're enjoying what we're doing, and then that's kind of how it started. The podcast Cards to the Moon. We launched about 6 years ago. We're in our 6th season, and we've been running it every week for 6 years. We added a second episode every other Friday, maybe 3 seasons in, and we haven't missed an episode since then. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, where what I've done and where we are right now.
Incredible. So 6 years. So when was your, because I know that the first Sports Cards Live ever, April 16th, 2020. When was the first Cards to the Moon podcast, and how did you come up with that name? But when was the first? Do you remember the first one?
I believe it might have been the same year, 2020, June. It was in the summer. I remember that. Yeah, we started halfway through the year.
Yeah, because I feel like Cards to the Moon podcast has been around as long as I can remember. It's one, like, I don't listen to a ton of podcasts, but the ones I listen to a lot of their content, and I listen to Cards to the Moon. It's, and, because I know you have DC on a lot. Daryl, I know Daryl from the years at the Expo, and I like listening to that. And then I went back and I listened to an episode you did with Johnny Amendola, who's been on our show several times. He's the president, founder of Mint Inc., a great channel sponsor here. Yeah. And I listened to that episode about a week ago, maybe, Clark, or I don't know, 5-6 days ago. Yeah. And it was so good, man. So I just want to let the chat know, if you're looking to add another podcast to your to your assortment of content that you consume, Cards to the Moon is a good one. You, like he said, weekly, but so about 6 episodes a month now, with that every second Friday. Yeah. And man, like it's good content that you do, and you cover the industry. You talk to other people. You bring people on. But I know Joe's dying to know, Clark, what do you collect yourself?
Yeah, no, I'm a fellow Canadian, and I think people assume that I collect hockey, but the Blue Jays, baseball is my first love. So I'm a diehard baseball card collector. So from when Joe Carter was at the Sport Card Expo, I bought a Stadium Club Chrome card where he was hoisted after winning the World Series, and I got him to sign that. That was kind of a really cool PC card for me. And so, I have a lot of Blue Jays cards, but I also collect first Bowman Chrome autos, rookies of players I enjoy, Mike Trout. And so a lot of rookie autograph cards is kind of my niche. And just recently, I know I was just listening to the first hour of your show. I just recently got into vintage, and I totally get the appeal now of finding nice vintage cards. It is the treasure hunt of the hobby. When you go to the National and you find a nice vintage card, it's a dopamine hit I can't explain. So I picked up my first vintage at this past National just a month ago. It's a 1949 Bowman Jackie Robinson, and beautifully centered, and I'm so happy with that. Yeah.
That's an incredible card. That's going to win you a lot of applause here in the chat with the 49 Bowman Jackie. I mean, that's an incredible card that has eluded me to this point. I hope to grab one at some point. Joe, you have how many of those do you have, Joe? 49 Bowman Jackies.
I had to get rid of. I just have the one that I got at the West Coast Card Show. Now I got rid of my beater one on Fanatics, and I liquidated one to get into the Ruth. So down to one.
Just one, huh? Just one. Yeah, that's it's still worthy of just one, right, Clark? You're like, yeah. So let me ask you this, Clark. What took you so long to be exposed to and interested in vintage? And I don't mean that in any condescending way. Literally, why do you think it took you until 2026 to open up to vintage?
It's when you get back to the hobby, like a lot of collectors, I feel the shiny thing is what always gets the attention. And like you're saying with our podcast, we talk about a lot of the latest hobby news, the trends that are going on. So a lot of our focus is there. But then, the hobby's even evolved in the past 3-4 years. And there's a lot of, I don't want to say junk, but there's so many cards out there in the modern, the modern card space that it just became a little almost overwhelming now. And then, you always kind of go, oh, the vintage is a simpler time. And then you start to see, like, I'm also like I did your Spectrum, and I'm a hybrid. So I love both flipping and collecting. And then, one of those things I wanted to educate myself in was the vintage world. And I've always wanted a Jackie. I knew if I was going to start vintage, Jackie would be the first card I would go after. The 48 Leaf was the one I really wanted, but I'm sure you guys know the prices have started to skyrocket in the past year, and I should have pulled the trigger 2 years ago, but I didn't. And so 49 was more within my budget, and that's why I'm kind of started there. But yeah, it's one of those things where I just want to kind of increase, my repertoire of collection, and I'm happy to be in it now.
Yeah, well, welcome. I mean, look, Orlando, a vintage OG says, love it. Another vintage newbie. I think the vintage community is open arms, for new people, and especially people who have some. I won't say especially anybody, but it's cool when somebody with some hobby experience, who's typically been a modern collector, decides to go back in time, because we talk about that all the time. How are we going to grow the vintage hobby to make sure that these cards remain relevant as the generations go by? And you know what? I don't know that we have to do much. I think there's going to be some natural, organic growth and attention shifting towards it, and you're just an example of how that happens in a very natural way. And I loved how you put it before that, it's the ultimate treasure hunt. It's the ultimate, how do you, when I think of vintage versus modern, it's sort of like that. Like, to me, vintage pieces are museum worthy. They are true history. They have that organic scarcity. They're not printed to one of ones or out of 10 or whatever it is. Yeah. They had to survive a path of great resistance to get to where they are today. And I love that about vintage. I have nothing against manufactured scarcity modern cards. I love that stuff too. Yeah. But the vintage is different. And I look at it and I feel differently when I look at it. Are you, and Joe's the same. Joe collects vintage and modern. So I'm going to ask Joe first. Joe, what I'm talking about in terms of, how you look at the two different genres, do you feel differently about them in that same sort of way? Or how do you feel differently about modern versus vintage? And then we'll get Clark's thoughts now that he's newer to it.
Well, we've talked a lot about like the stories behind cards, and I think there is often rich stories in the realm of vintage, but there can be really compelling stories in modern and ultra modern as well. Depending on how well you have researched sort of the relevance of a particular card and how you might frame it in terms of its significance. So I guess I'm pretty ambidextrous in that way. I don't want to necessarily move too far away from sort of prioritizing vintage, because that's what I grew up on. But I've come a long way, Jay Lee, as you know, in terms of the realms of one of ones, or sneaky, scarce inserts from the 90s that might have a serial run to 100, but good luck finding more than 20 of them. So like there's cool things in the hobby all around, and I think it's really just availing yourself of all the information and understanding the context behind them that allows you to tell the story and or feel into the story of the card that you're bringing into your collection. Yeah.
I agree. Clark, let's hear your thoughts now.
Yeah, no, we had this kind of discussion on our pod too, and the question was, as we get older, will vintage cards be relevant? Because people will know we've never seen certain players play when we get older, and they're like, oh, are they going to be forgotten over time? But I like what you said about the museum piece, because we go to museums all the time. We see these historic, iconic art pieces, like the Mona Lisa, we haven't seen the painter actually paint. Like, he was dead long time ago, even before our time, yet it passes the test of time. And I see vintage cards kind of in a similar way. that I don't think people are going to forget who Jackie Robinson is and what he meant to the sport of baseball. And when you start collecting, everyone kind of eventually goes down that rabbit hole of just looking at the history of where things started, and then they find interest in it. So that's kind of my story, right? I started with my era of collecting, the junk wax era, the players then, and then you kind of branch out. And then I still enjoy watching sports. I still like chasing the rookies and prospects. That's what I like to do with modern card collecting. Yet I'm very aware of the history of the players that played in the 40s, 50s, 30s. And then you're looking at, what kind of cards did they have then? And kind of doing your own research. And those stories get passed down from generation to generation. So I don't think we're gonna ever have a time where vintage is gonna become irrelevant.
Do you feel a renewed excitement for the hobby now that you have discovered vintage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this past summer was my second national. And so last year was my first. And what I realized in the first year I went, there's a lot of vintage at the national. And I wasn't particularly looking for vintage. I was looking for, the ones, the like I shared with you, the first Bowman Chrome rookie autos of players that I liked. I am into basketball as well now. So like modern autograph, on-card autos, those kind of things. And I was like, oh man, I'm just walking around, another vintage booth. A year later, now that I'm kind of into vintage, I'm like, this is heaven. Like, it's 1 year made a huge difference. When I started to really get into vintage, I'm like, I can't wait. I remember a month before the national this year, I'm like, I can't wait to get to the national because I know I'm going to see a lot of vintage, and I'm going to go through booth by booth. And like I said earlier, it was like a real treasure hunt. And the one I picked up was, I almost passed the booth. I was just kind of like rocking around, and it was one of those moments where you're just kind of looking left and right, and then it just catches your eye. And then you zone in on it. Exactly. So yeah, I definitely, to your question, definitely renewed my passion, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah. Oh man, I hear you. It's also fun that you can continuously discover new vintage sets and new vintage just issues that you didn't even really focus on before. And it happens to me over and I've been collecting vintage since the late 80s. Literally, like I'm still discovering things, which is great. I want to be able to continue to discover new things as time goes by. Those comments I had started earlier are still there for me. So, but I'm going to just go to a couple right now about what we're talking about here. First of all, Inspired Sports Car says Cards to the Moon is an excellent podcast. Highly recommend. Nice to see that. Thank you, Inspired Sports Cards. Mollico says, love how everyone's collections evolve, recalibrate, etc. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Fresh Prince says, at some point, every modern card becomes vintage. So I agree. And Fresh Prince, Steve, good to see you. I agree with a comment. However, and I just had this discussion somewhere, but maybe it was in the comments, but like the term vintage does not apply, does not really, we in the hobby don't use that term to describe how long ago the cards were produced or issued. We use it to define an era or a couple of eras. I don't necessarily agree with this, and I've done episodes talking about it before where it's like, okay, if antique is 100 years old, well, that's always moving. What's vintage? Is vintage 30 years old? If that's the case, 95 is vintage. But everyone will say, no, vintage ends at 1970, or some people say 80, or some people say 1989, whatever they say. So to Steve's comment, which I think is great, but the word vintage in our hobby is used as a term of convenience. It isn't used to say that this card is vintage years old, because if that was the case, it would move every single year. Every single year, Gem Rate or somebody could put out a post that says, okay, guys, vintage is now shifted. It's no longer at the end of 1985. Now it's the end of 1986, and so on and so forth. But that's just not how it works. We don't have the proper terminology in place to make it obvious to everybody. And I think that's why we have these discussions ongoing, because what is vintage? Let me ask you, Clark, when does the vintage era end in your mind?
Oh man, that's a really good question. And even as you were explaining, I'm like, that's a good point. Like 100 years from now, are we saying, I was trying to picture, are we going to say my Mike Trout Bowman Chrome Auto is vintage? And it'll be hard for me to see it that way because I had that card when it, 100 years ago. So I don't know. I think what you said at the end is probably the answer, that there will be someone or a group of people in the hobby that comes up with a certain terminology to describe the different eras. So I don't know if it's like extra vintage will be a thing, or, you know what I mean? Like just kind of talking, just spitballing. But I think there will be new terminology that will describe some of the different eras that we have as we move forward in the hobby.
Yeah. I mean, I've often held the thought, for me at least, that vintage goes up until about 1988, and then 89 when Upper Deck came out and changed the game in terms of stock and packaging and all that. That was a big change. No more gum and packs. But people that I'm friends with and respect their positions tell me it's 1980 when or 81 whenever Fleer and Donruss entered baseball. But that's only one sport. That's not all the North American sports. So does that count? A lot of people say it's 1970. I think Dr. Beckett uses the standard that once they went away from high numbers or multi-series and baseball started issuing just one big set, that was the end of vintage, or that was at least a big shift in things. And I don't know the answer to this, but I don't think it really matters. Like, it's fun to talk about. But so for me, I'm going to stick with, for me, I think vintage is like through the 80s. Like to me, 89 is when it goes from vintage to modern. How about you, Joe? How do you see it? I'm going to guess you're a bit earlier, no?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of adopted that Dr. Beckett epic era thing in my earlier youth, but so 72, 73, but then 76, I'll go to 79. I think once you hit 80s, when Fleer comes in, you got some of those, varieties of the Bonds and the Gwynns and all the different rookie cards that come in, and, the quote unquote junk wax. I don't think of that as vintage. So I'm going to go 79 as my cutoff.
70, yeah. I mean, I think that's a pretty popular take right there, Joe. And listen, I only raise it because we have Clark on, who's new to vintage, and these are the things that you think
great.
about, right?
Yeah,
hey?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
Clark, I'm going to ask you real quick: are you a Raptors fan, or do you what basketball do you collect? If I might ask, real quick.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm a hometown guy, so Raptors is the team I cheer for. When they won 2019, that was an amazing experience, of course, being Canada's team. So I'm sure Jay Lee celebrated as well. But I find a lot of us that were into basketball. I'm 48, so a lot of us that collected into basketball knew a time when the Raptors weren't around, and a lot of us were Knicks fans. Right. So my friends were Knicks fans. And then I had Knicks pennants on my wall. And then, obviously I switched when the Raptors came into being. But yeah, so I collect kind of, those are my two teams. And then now with modern, I have a Luka. I'm a Luka believer. So I have a rookie patch auto of Luka. SGA. I cheer for my Canadian basketball players as well. So that's kind of my lane when it comes to basketball.
Excellent. Good to hear. Thank you.
A couple of just comments on the vintage thing here. Chris C says vintage cutoff for me is 89. I agree with Jeremy. More like modern wax term. I see that. Ben Pojak says the term vintage is relative to how old you are, which I think is true. I think if you look at the dictionary definition of vintage, it's like, I don't know. Is it relative to how old you are, or is it relative to how many years back from today? I don't actually know the distinction between those two, but it should be something that moves over time. But in the hobby, the hobby generally just does not use it in that way, and that's okay. We can add definitions, hobby definitions, to what are otherwise common terms in society. So call it whatever you want, guys. You're not going to get much of a fight out of me. It's just, there's other things to talk about, I think, but it's a fun one. So Clark, by the way, Joe, how are you for time? I feel like we're already 15 minutes over.
Yeah, I should probably head out, although I'm having a great time. But I might get my walk in and catch you guys as you continue to banter into the late hours.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Thank you for holding court while I was lightning that of here. And we'll see you. We'll talk to you later.
My pleasure. Enjoyed the show, Clark. Great meeting you. Take care.
Thanks, man. All right. So, Clark, I wanted to just sort of ask you a little bit about, and this is funny because this is me, but I mentioned it in your intro. We are both Canadian content creators with largely American audience. If I look at the demographics in YouTube and podcast, the American audience makes up about, it moves between 65 and 70% of the 65 and 80% of the listeners. It depends which platform, but it's pretty heavy. And I feel like it's moving more and more American as time goes by. I feel like you are, and I don't see your demos, but I feel like you're almost the same thing. Yes. What do you think? Like, it's kind of neat because there are, if you are, it's funny because then you got the Hockey Cards Gong Show. I know friends of mine, I don't know if you're friends with those guys as well or not, but they're out of Minnesota, except for Loud Phil, who's out of Ottawa. But those guys, and I haven't seen their demographics either or their analytics, but I'm certain that they have a large Canadian contingent, probably a lot bigger than you and I do.
Right.
And so, not that, that's fine. They are the Hockey Cards Gong Show. You and I are really more versatile in what we talk about here on our shows. Yeah. But what has your experience been like that from the angle that you have sort of penetrated that US market?
Yeah, no, it's a weird feeling because when you first start your podcast, you obviously I remember the first 10 people that tuned in, I knew 8 of them and they were my friends, right? So they all live in the GTA, the Greater Toronto area. But as the podcast kind of grew and you just kept, consistently making episodes, to your point, I just checked my data yesterday on Spotify. 85% of my listeners are from the US, right? Oh. So, and then about 7-8 Canada, and then the rest of the world. So that's kind of the breakup in terms of podcast numbers. So it's when I go to the West Coast Card Show, there's been a couple times when people, I'm sure you get this too, they recognize your voice. And you're a tall guy too, so they probably recognize you you're on YouTube, so they recognize your face, but I'm primarily still on audio. And it's funny that they recognize my voice, and they're from in West Coast, they live in Los Angeles. I have zero connection with them other than this podcast that we do every week. And so it's such a cool feeling to know that what we're talking about, what we record is heard from far places. And when this past Sport Card Expo in Toronto, I just had my first booth, my vending experience in April, and I was shocked that there's 4 or 5 people that came to our booth that traveled from the US to Canada just to say hi, just to check out the Sport Card Expo in Toronto, because we talk about it a lot. And it's funny because we don't shy away. I'm sure you don't shy away on the fact that we are Canadian, although I know that most of our listeners are American. There's one thing I do adjust for the pod, and I will admit it right now, that when I talk dollars, I talk US dollars. That's the common currency. And sometimes my collector friends in Canada, they'll talk in Canadian, and sometimes I'll get confused. I'm like, oh, it costs that much already? And then I realize they're talking Canadian dollars. But yeah, so for my audience, I usually talk US dollars, but it's kind of cool that people are coming to even Toronto to check out the show just because we talk about it a lot, because that's where we're from. And I think that's part of, not that people are interested in the fact that we're from Toronto, but I think they can resonate with just really knowing that there is a local hobby community wherever they live. And, that's kind of really cool to just have that kind of community around.
Yeah, the currency one's funny. I often talk in USD as well because I do a lot of auction coverage shows, and so it's all in USD for the most part. So I hear you with that. That's funny. It's interesting to hear because I don't know, man, but I feel like you and me are the only ones I'm aware of. I'm sure there's others I just don't know who are Canadian content creators, podcasters, YouTubers that don't have a focus on hockey. Now, my collection is dominated card. If I have 3,000 cards in my collection, 2,850 are probably maybe 2,800 are hockey, 200 are non-hockey, but those 200 non-hockeys are probably like value-wise the same as the rest of them. Like they're probably equal in value to the 2,800 hockey cards, because I just have a lot of hockey cards. I'm just going to check in on the golden auction again on the Celebrini, guys. I'll hit refresh here. Still sitting at $1,050,000, 1.281 million with the buyer's premium. Let's hit refresh and see. No, we're still there. Just a minute left in extended bidding. So if there's not a bid in the next minute, that Celebrini card will sell for $1,281,000, likely making it the top, I don't know, 3 or 4, 2 tops. Maybe it's the second most expensive hockey card ever sold behind. Well, I think there's been a couple Gretzky's that have done over this. So anyway, it's going to be a top 5 for sure. Maybe a top 3 or 2 even. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, we will see soon where this is at. Big Hit D-Gen wants to know, do we know who the owner is? I think I just saw a reel on Instagram like today that was put out by Golden with the owner of this card. So, but I don't remember his name or anything. We're down to 15 seconds on it. But that Big Hit D-Gen, if you check out Golden's IG, you might find it. I'm going to refresh really quick here with 8 seconds left and see what's happening here. 5 seconds. It looks like that might be it. Is there one more bid coming? Let's see what happens. I'm going to hit refresh one more time. It doesn't really, I believe it's sold, but I can't tell for sure. One more refresh and see if anything. Winning bid, $1,050,000. Wow. It looks like, I think it's over. Looks over to me. That's it. Says more hockey cards, please. And yeah, that's a big sale for the hockey market. You're going to see a lot of headlines about this card, everybody, over the next couple days, all over your social media. So, I mean, I think people were wondering if it would hit 1 million, and it almost hit 1.3. So, big sale for the hockey community, which Clark and I are not. We don't really serve that market completely, but I certainly do still collect hockey cards myself. Okay. When we were chatting, Clark, I said to you, hey, want to have you on the show. What are you really interested in? What are you talking about lately that has your specific interest on the Cards to the Moon podcast? And you mentioned what I put on our thumbnail today, which was really the state of grading. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Clark. And like when you mentioned the state of grading, what are you thinking about? What has you mostly interested? And, obviously, depending on the topic, we will have talked about it on previous episodes here, but I want to hear kind of what you think about the current state of grading. Everybody knows what's going on with grading, but what is it? How do you interpret the current landscape?
It's just insane. I think what we are doing right now is not sustainable, especially if we expect the hobby to grow. And it certainly seems that way in terms of people coming in. And so on our pod, of course, we cover the industry, like you were saying, the hobby news, what's going on in the industry. We've covered ad nauseum all the shutdowns, the regular value tiers of PSA, Beckett more recently, of course, Tag as well. So where are we as in the hobby? Like, what can we do? And unless we're willing to shell out hundreds and sometimes thousands of dollars just to get grading done, and that really limits what you can send out. So every couple weeks with my co-hosts, I always like to do like a brainstorm session on our podcast. Like, how can we try to make the industry better? Like, can we think outside the box? Sometimes the ideas are really dumb, but sometimes it's maybe there's a kernel of good idea in there somewhere. And so that's kind of like where we are now, because I don't think, I know there are people that say this, and I'm not sure either way, but when the backlog in PSA more specifically comes down to 4 million or 5 million, whatever their target is, I don't know if they're going to reopen the value and regular tier. Like, that's kind of what people are saying, because then we're kind of in this cycle again, because once you do that, there's going to be a huge influx, and then we're going to go cyclical again on where we are in the state of grading. So I wonder if PSA has another strategy. and even before coming on this pod, I'm like, I have a segment in my podcast called Just a Thought, where we kind of like have this brainstorm session. And I haven't shared this with anyone. And like I said, it could be really dumb. So I'm really curious to think what you think of this idea that I'm about to share with you.
Okay, can't wait.
But I was thinking, when people grade their cards, and I'm only talking more modern. I know we spent about 20 minutes talking about vintage, but let's flip to modern. And that's why a lot of people are submitting nowadays. When you submit your modern cards to PSA in particular, everyone is hoping for a PSA 10, right? And I know right now the TCG guys are the ones that are flooding the market, but they're also hoping for a PSA 10, and the costs are increasing. Seems like every month, but with the technology that's available to us, I wonder if there will ever be a time when we could just scan the card, right, and somehow digitally submit it to PSA, and they will do their best. Maybe they use AI technology, I don't know, and give a percentage in terms of what is the likely PSA 10 outcome, right? And if it's not that great, I mean, I don't know if I would send it. And people are going to say, well, PSA is about making money. Maybe you charge $10 for every scan. Like you could make some money, and I'm sure that the last thing they want to be doing is receiving more cards and then them get majorly backlogged, piss off customers, and then maybe they go to another grading company. And I already see what people are going to say. Which other grading company can you go to? The collectors own everything. So yes, like I said, I haven't thought everything through, but I'm wondering if and the reason why I thought of this idea is that I feel like what we're doing in terms of grading, sending cards in, people looking at it, the graders looking at it, it feels very primitive. Like we have all this technology available to us. I feel like there's got to be some better way to really make use of the technology. I know people say AI a lot, but I think we need to think even further outside the box to kind of solve the problem that we're in right now.
Wow, lots there. And your idea of sending a scan to PSA for the likelihood, I'm skeptical on that idea because of, there's different scanners, there's different settings. People could send in a scan to PSA, juice up the scan. They come back and tell you it's a 10. They send the card and it comes back a 6. And now it's like, what? You told me it'd be a 10. Of course their terms would say, no, we are not guaranteeing anything, but people don't really read terms. So they will come out against that as well. I don't know. That old cliche goes, we can put a man on the moon, but we can't solve the PSA backlog sort of thing. We can't find graders. And do people want to do the work? Yeah, man, it's tough. I don't envy PSA. I think I probably do envy the money they're making, but I don't envy the job they have to do, right from the top executives all the way down to the graders. The last job I would want in the hobby, literally the last job I would want in the hobby, besides cleaning up the bathrooms at card shows, would be being a PSA grader. I just think 100%. I would go. I think I'd want to literally, quit that job.
Agree. Yes.
Can't imagine doing it. So, yeah, it's got to be tough. I don't know the solution, Clark. I'm glad you came with something. Listen, right. Every great idea starts with some kernel of thought, and then these things can be brainstormed and grow into something really awesome. So, I think I want to ask your thoughts on this, because this is where I wonder what the impact will be. Because if PSA, first of all, they're grading. They are grading, I think. Now, I was listening to the Hobby with Cage podcast. Actually, I hadn't listened to him in about a week. He's a podcast I listened to. Hadn't listened to him in about a week. Last night, I knocked off back to back about 4 episodes, all very good episodes. He did a great job on those episodes that I listened to. And it might have been him that started talking about what happens when these 10, 11 million cards get dumped on the hobby. I think that's a concern people have. That was a concern that I have. Again, I think it was Cage that said, they're not going to dump them all out at once. Number one, they can't. But number two, they're probably going to control how that happens. And maybe that controlling the the outflow of graded cards, you know, I'm saying they control it, but it might be their capacity anyway. Every day they might ship 150,000 cards. I don't know what it is at all, but nonetheless, when 10, 11 million cards are in the backlog and those are about to get dumped on the hobby, even if it takes 3 or 4 months, can the hobby withstand that? So that's question one. And then the other thing I think about is, are the cost of graded cards going up right now because people aren't able to get their own fresh inventory from PSA to have in their showcases and in their eBay stores and their Fanatics accounts and all this? Or is it more expensive to buy a graded card because the cost of grading is now $80? So if I can buy a slab for $50, the card's worth $40. Right. I'm like, come on, that's a $10 slab. Now I can't get a slab for $80. And I asked this to the chat too. Are you guys thinking, and do you guys think that the cost of an already graded card has gone up because the cost of grading has gone up? So 2 big questions there for you, Clark. The dump of 11 or 12 million cards on the hobby over the next 6 months, in addition to their regular outflow. And then are slabs more expensive today because of the shutdown or the semi-shutdown, the shutdown service levels?
Yeah, no, 2 great points and really interesting points to discuss. The first one, I think, and I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the majority of the backlog is with TCG. So it's going to be interesting to see the Pokemon card market, how they're going to weather the storm. I think it's already sharing to you off air. You know, once a month I have a friend that's really into Pokemon cards come on the pod. He educates us a bit what's going on in that part of the world, hobby world. And there's already 30% cut on a lot of the modern cards. So I think there's some anticipation already happening. So in terms of sports cards, I guess it depends which cards are getting commonly submitted. So I feel like ultimately, even if it was more balanced in terms of 50-50, and I'm pretty sure it's more like 80-20 in terms of TCG sports cards that's in the backlog. But if it was 50-50, I think it's really a lesson that a lot of people are going to learn, that it's not the smartest move, and if you're looking to flip it, to try to get more common cards submitted. So I think we're going to learn to be more selective, generally speaking, in the hobby on what cards should we submit. And I think because of this boom, there is a lot of cards that probably, I don't know, unless you want it for your PC and you want it authenticated, you want to slap, there's probably a lot that probably shouldn't have been submitted to any grader. So I think there's going to be a learning curve there. And yes, maybe for the short term, there will be when the cards come back, there will be some cards that will drastically reduce in price because of the supply is all of a sudden high. The second question was the value of grading or the value of cards going up because of the cost of grading. I see the logic in that, but then I see how many PSA 9 cards are out there that are just going way below. Like, I can't sell my PSA 9 cards for the cost of grading. Like, people are not willing to buy PSA 9 mint cards for the cost of grading. And they're, I'm sure you discussed it before, raw cards cost more than PSA 9 cards right now. So I don't know if that will ever flip, but that tells me that there will be some cards that you're going to pay a premium for, the PSA 10s, of course, because it'll be hard to get in a slab. But for everything else, I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think PSA 9s or 8s, especially when the pop counts are at least 1,000 or more. I think if you have those cards as a seller, you're probably going to lose money more than, I would like to see if you try to increase the price. I have a feeling that's going to stay in your case for a while.
So you're talking about 8s, 9s, and 10s and 9s not selling for the price of grading. Just so everyone does understand, you were talking specifically about modern, ultra modern cards. Are obviously that's obvious, but I feel we need to state it just in case. So as far as the hobby, people in the modern hobby not willing to pay the price of grading for a PSA 9, like you said, it's a mint condition card, guys, or at least it should be. And the other piece of it is the difference between a PSA 9 and a PSA 10 and ultra modern is often undetectable to the consumer. Is it even, sometimes it's often undetectable to the grading company. They're just 910, 910, 910, 910. It's just what really, I mean, yeah, it's we're in an interesting place right now. And there's a couple of comments that did come in here that I think are interesting. One of them here, I wanted to look. Actually, I'm going to go through a couple of comments here, Clark, now, if I may. I'm going to start at the bottom with a comment that Neo just put in. He said, supply has not changed. 2 to 3 million cards per month are still coming out of PSA every month. So I think what Neo is letting us know is happening is that they have slowed down the intake. They're still pumping out the same amount of cards they've always pumped out, and they probably always will until they're caught up. So what I said earlier about this dump of cards maybe is not, the hobby will not feel it any differently. However, it wasn't that long ago that PSA was doing, 1 million cards a month, 1.1 million, 1.2 million, and now they're doing 2.5 million. So that is a new rate of shipping into the hobby that they're doing that has slowly kind of ramped up, but still slowly over a year it might take a while for the hobby to feel it. And maybe, now listen, there's all sorts of ways these cards are being distributed, whether it's in like the repacks and on the live selling platforms, and how much of it is TCG, such that the sports community isn't even feeling it. These are all things that need to come into the discussion that I'm just not an expert in. I'm sure Neo can educate you guys way more on that than I'm able to. And by the way, Clark, as I'm going through some comments now, just let me know if you want to jump in with anything.
Sure.
Pojak here said, what I've discovered is that many people who submit cards don't know what to look for on a card prior to submitting it. Learning what to look for and how to look for issues is the key. Comes back to what you said, your idea. And then when you had your idea about a scan, a $10 scan, a pre-grading scan, there are grading services out there, like ancillary grading services out there that will do that for you, that will let you know it's done by humans still. I believe it's still done by humans, not by computer-assisted technology. So I think Steve Lane says, pursuant to Pops and Comps, and he quotes, the essential function of grading companies is to authenticate cards so that collectors can do business with confidence. That's not happening now. Stephen Lane, not only is it not happening, there's so many things wrong with what the essential function of grading companies is. And that's part of the purpose of me writing the book Pops and Comps, was to show just how much grading has lost its way. Because if you think about what and listen, I'm not going to flip to this exact sentence in the book, but the essential function of grading companies is to authenticate cards. Yes, I think that goes without saying, but they have an error rate. They are not foolproof, and I don't know that we expect them to be, but I would venture to say that the error rate is higher than we want it to be. The hobby would want it to be. And so collectors, they do business with confidence, but it's almost a false confidence a lot of the time because the grading companies, not only do they not always identify counterfeit cards, but what does authenticate mean? Authenticate the originality of the card itself, i.e. non-counterfeit, or are they also authenticating the fact that the card was or was not altered or trimmed, recolored, all these things? We know they can't do that. We know the PSA cannot spot trimmed cards. I mean, no, they can, but not enough. They can't do it enough. I mean, just go to Blowout and read some threads there. You can just see how often they miss the mark. So yeah, Steve Lane's final sentence here, that's not happening now. Absolutely, it is not.
Agree.
Yeah, it's Big Hit Degen said, that's why a lot of people love NFTs. There's no grading. I just can't get behind that, Big Hit. I mean, I don't know what percentage of hobbyists are moving from sports cards over to NFTs because of grading. I think it's as close to zero as you can get without it being like but I'm probably wrong on that. I just don't know. Moloko said people grade too many cards that do not need to be graded. It was only a matter of time. And I think, listen, I'm a big proponent of, you can grade whatever you want. if you want to grade your $3, 1991-92 Upper Deck Nicholas Lidstrom rookie card, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. You have as much right to send your card in as anybody else does if you want to pay the fee. But I understand the sentiment still, and because of that, I think that's where upping the price helps to push those cards out of the queue in most cases. So, yeah. Back to the Celebrini card just for a moment here, guys. Anita Mandalay here said that the guy that pulled it was on a segment of the Hockey Cards Gong Show last week. Could not have went to a luckier fella. Great story. Happy to hear that. I missed that segment, so thank you, Anita. But it's nice to hear. And then Eric from Those Back Pages says, I think the new PSA subfloor will be $40. They want the bargain folks to use their other two brands. Yeah, Eric, you say they do, Eric, but did they tell you that, or is that your theory, which is fair? I'm just curious if it's your theory. I don't know yes or no if that's the case, but I wonder, Clark, back to your suggestions to solve grading, I wonder if there's an opportunity for literally a bulk company to come out, or for PSA to say, okay, I don't know how they would do it because they're already at capacity, but like, is there an opportunity? The hobby won't accept it. The hobby just won't accept it. So I don't think what I was about to say would happen. But what I was going to say was some like white label company to come out and just grade millions of cards. Let's face it.
Yeah.
A large percentage of hobbyists don't care if the grade reflects the card inside. They just don't care. They just want 10. We know that. People just want 10s. They don't care if the card is actually a 10. So maybe some grading company should come out and just give everybody 10s and charge them $10 a card. Their cost is $8.50. They can make $1.50 a card, but if no one's going to use it is the problem. So I kind of said, but
you know what, Jeremy? I love those kind of ideas. That'll be perfect for my pod. Where we just, if there's a little bit of truth in there, you just got to work with it. But yeah, it's about trying to be realistic with wide scale adoption of that grading company, which would be hard to see.
Hard to see. And then this is the comment I was looking for before from Chris C. He said, I'd rather buy more cards than pay for an often incorrect grading number. Exactly. That's me 100%. But that's where I say this almost every week, guys. The problems with grading can be opportunities for a savvy collector, a savvy investor. That's what I think. I'm savvy. I do. Call me. You can say what you want. I think I'm savvy because I'm buying what I think are undergraded cards, or cards that are just really nice for the grade. And so I think it's an incorrect grading number. I think the card's worthy of a higher grade. So I buy that card, and it's like, I feel like I'm winning the hobby when I'm doing that. So I'm with Chris C. I'd rather, instead of sending cards in to be graded, especially vintage, I mean, it's just too much risk in grading for me, Clark.
Yeah.
Have you done a lot of grading yourself over the years?
Yeah, certainly during the COVID times, like a lot of people were sending it in, and just because the profit is there for a lot of the cards. But yeah, now where we are, definitely more selective. And I was going to add, you already mentioned it right at the end there, like the finding cards that are undergraded. That's kind of the appeal for me, looking for vintage cards in particular. That's fun to do.
More competition coming out of Clark here for those of us who are playing that game, because but Clark, I think it's so smart. I think it's so smart of you. Hey, it's what I do, so I guess I think it's smart. But there's nothing like going to the national or any card show and coming across a beautiful vintage card in a PSA 1, 2, 3, 3.5 slab that looks like a 5 or better, no matter what that original technical grade is. Yes. To me, that is like the best feeling, because I just feel like I'm getting a card that, you could put that same card in a PSA 7 holder. Hobby wouldn't blink an eye. Some people might say it's overgraded, but they're not going to say it's a 3. They'll say, oh, this isn't a 7. This should be a 6. Well, guess what? It's probably actually a 3. So, you can get some great cards that way. It's so much fun doing that. And I'm excited to hear your stories as time goes by, as you discover more cards like that. Yeah. And then a couple more comments here. Back to the vintage talk. Stephen Lane here said vintage cards have a historical provenance. A 1956 mantle has to survive a more arduous journey than a card produced in 2026.
Good point.
Yeah, Steve, you're saying words right out of my mouth. I could not agree more with that. Outlook on things, they really do. They've lived a different life. Definitely. Mark James here said vintage to me is like 25 plus years old. Modern is what, 10 years and younger? Ultra modern is 5 years. Yeah, I mean 25 years plus vintage. So that, I don't know that you're going to get much agreement on that vintage is from 2000 and 2001, but to me, ultra modern is like 2020 forward at this point, but that's got to change at some point in time. And then when we were talking about the sale of the Celebrini at 1.281 million, Silver Raccoon said, to be fair, look at a dollar's value over time. $1 million now isn't what it was. And he doesn't finish that, but even a couple of years ago, $1 million today isn't what it was a couple of years ago. And we have a lot. We've had 85 new comments, guys, since I've looked at them. So I don't know how I'm going to get through them. I hope it's just you guys talking to each other, but because I'm not going to be able to get through all of them. So wow, I'm going to scan because I did mention Neo's comment. So I saw he responded once. I want to see what he said. Mid-Atlantic here said the reason people want 10s has very little, if anything, to do with the difference in appearance vis-a-vis 9s. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with it, I don't think, as well. Laura says the Boston Card Hunter has shown some interesting correspondence with the PSA Insider. All right, something to check out if people are interested in that. And then I wanted to go, sorry, one sec here, Clark. Thorson here said the greatest thing PSA did for themselves in terms of growth was creating the set registry. Oh, absolutely. That was incredible. Neo here said that PSA will probably be able to grade 4 million cards a month by next year. Right. They are going to need to fill that capacity. Right. You get through the backlog, you've scaled up, you need to continue. So they're going to have to bring the cost down. And he goes on to say, we will see cheaper grading. Will just take time. Yeah, I agree. I agree with this comment here from Neo that they will catch up eventually. You think they will. You think they will. Time will tell. So, yeah, incredible. So, Clark, what's the next card show you're going to be at and set up at, or both?
So the next big one will probably be the Sport Card Expo in November. So that's a few months away. But closer to home, there's one in Markham where I currently live. It's Asian Roots Collective Arc World Homecoming event. Jeremy Lin's going to be there. Simu is going to be there. So it's kind of definitely more local, but and they don't cater just to collectibles or cards specifically. It's more of the Asian culture. But the fact that they reached out to me because they just see how the hobby is growing, they wanted to include something like that in their show. So I'm going to do my best to represent the hobby at this show. So that's my next one coming up. That's September 12th on Saturday.
Nice. Very cool. All right. So we have Chris Hodges in the back. Now, Clark, I know we scheduled you for about an hour. You came on a little bit late. You're welcome to stick around and join the conversation as we bring Chris on. Do you want to stick around, or is it getting late for you?
I can stick around for 10 minutes. Yeah. I would love to just,
yeah. Stick around. There's a couple of comments. Before we bring Hoj on, I just want to do Ryan McClanahan's comment. Says, I can understand that someone just wants a certain card or player and they're comfortable with a purchase. Congrats. That's old. I thought that was to do with something else. But Ryan, if you're still here, thank you for the comment. And I want to say hello to Timepiece Esquire. Says, took a long break from the hobby to take care of some family business and came back to discover all my cards have quadrupled, and I'm a trading card millionaire, and I'm taking questions. Congratulations, Timepiece. Yeah, the last several months have definitely had some changes, especially the last year. And then the question that I want to raise when we're going to bring on Chris and Josh now, I'm gonna save that comment for these guys. So Clark, you stick around. Everybody, please welcome back to the show, Mr. Chris Hoja. Hi, Chris.
Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Clark.
Hi, Chris.
And please, everybody, welcome back to the show, Mr. Joshua Adams.
Hey, Jeremy, Clark, nice to meet you. Christopher, nice to see you again.
Josh, great to see you again. Nice, the man of all men, I believe you were once called a week ago.
I don't know, but I would definitely site check that. All right.
And we are into the closing stretch of the show here. So, guys, before we get into anything else, there was a comment that came up about almost half an hour ago, but I think it's a fun comment. It was put out by Situational Adventures, and it has to do with we've seen now, Chris. Maybe you can confirm, or actually, I can do it myself here while we have you on the screen. But why don't we actually bring up Card Ladder here, guys? And I'm going to go to sales, and I'm going to go, oh, look at that, Celebrini Gold right there. Chris, what's the best way for me to find the highest selling hockey cards? Is it going through here?
No, there's not a good system that sorts them by sport. So just type this. What I did was I created an open parenthesis. I typed in Gretzky, comma, Ovechkin, comma, and I tried typing in all the names of hockey players I think could sell for a high price, and then close the parentheses when you're done, and then it will give you search results for each of those separate terms.
All right,
and then
let's
sort
do
by
that.
price, obviously, yeah.
All right, so let's see what comes up. All right, so here we go. So the card today sold for $1,281,000. Yeah. Which puts it number 3.
Barely number 3, right? $9,000 behind.
Barely number 3 behind a PSA 10 O-Pee-Chee Gretzky, $3.75 million in March of 2021, and a PSA 10 Topps rookie in December of 2020. I believe that was Patrick Bet-David's card that he sold. Yeah. $1.29 million. Number 3 is another of the Topps Gretzky's PSA 10s at 1.2. So today, a player who has played, I think, 2 seasons, a player who has really done nothing yet. Nothing against Macklin. He is an all-timer. He is a great player. He will be a great player if he has a long, healthy career. But to put him at number 3 ahead of, like, even the highest Bobby Orr card sold for $276. Look at this. It's all the highest selling Gordie Howe card, $205,000. The highest selling a complete set of 0506 the Cup with the Crosby and the Ovechkin RPAs, $210,000. It's absolutely staggering. Here's the most expensive, like, similar card is the Crosby 1/1 PMG Gold 164. Now, not a rookie year card like the Macklin Celebrini is, but it doesn't matter, guys. It's just very interesting that that's where we are at right now in the hobby. So the question, first of all, I'd love to get Josh and Chris's reaction to that sale. Why don't we do that first? Let's get your, and then I'm going to bring up Situational Adventures question. So, Chris, let's start with you. What does this tell you? What I know the way you think, Chris, I'm excited to hear it, but where does your brain go when you look at the statistics like we just showed and today's sale on Golden?
Highest hockey sale of the last half decade. Very exciting. Anytime a card kind of can elevate a category by breaking the 7-figure mark is pretty exciting. The winner claimed it already on his Instagram story. Jeremy, you said it might have been Benjamin B. It was in fact him.
Congratulations, Benjamin B. Seriously, thank you, Chris.
Congrats. The player to player comparison thing is always fraught. So I want to congratulate him. I love the fact that it was a PSA authentic, that there was no number grade doing any of the lifting here. This was merely an authenticated card. And I'm looking like at McDavid, right? Like McDavid's highest sale on the public record is $405,000 for a PSA 10 of his Cup RPA out of 99, and that was about 7 or 8 months ago. And then his 2015 Ultimate Collection Rookie Spectrum Teal Autograph Shield 1/1 PSA Authentic, that sold for $305,000 about 15 months ago. So, those are some McDavid numbers. But then here comes Celebrini, just, completely resetting potentially the hockey market.
It's incredible. Josh, and I'm just adding a few names I see in the chat. McDavid, Vezina, I don't think that'll be in there too high. And then Eddie Shore from Mike Petty, that won't be that high, but let's add them in. Josh, what do you think? I mean, Josh, you do hockey, basketball, baseball, you do it all. You're an OG collector. What do you, he's already shaking his head. What do you think, buddy?
This is so stupid. I can't even believe someone's spending this much money on this card. You could, like you just showed, you could buy the entire 0506 set with probably the best player in the past 25 years, Crosby, and the leading goal scorer of all time in the same set. They're rookies for less than this, and still have money to buy a Bobby Orr rookie. I mean, it's completely idiotic.
I mean, he's just calling it like he sees it. Clark, any comments from you based on what you've heard here and the sale again?
I gotta lean towards Joshua. I mean, just like I was great for the seller, but I do wonder if those Gretzky, OPG, PSA 10s ever go back on the market. I mean, it'll reset. It'll definitely go a lot higher, right? So I wonder if this sell in some way helps those cards too. So we're in a whole new era right now in terms of where how much cards cost.
Yeah. So back to the top here. Now that I've added McDavid, we can see that it's all Gretzky's until you get to McDavid now at 405,000 back in December, and Ovechkin at 381,000 about 16 months ago, and then another McDavid Shield Auto, it looks like, for $305,000 a year, just over a year ago. Like, I can't believe I forgot McDavid in there, by the way. Whoever shouted out McDavid, thank you for that. But yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. Now, I understand the comments about it's idiotic or it's stupid and this and that, but I think one thing we have to consider is who the buyer is and what their resources are. 1.3 million. If you've got 16,000 Bitcoin sitting in your wallet or whatever, this is nothing. It's 6 Bitcoins or whatever, or 7, whatever it is. I don't even know what it's at right now. It's 15 Bitcoins. You know what I mean? If you got tens of thousands of them, does it even matter? I don't know. I don't know Benjamin B at all. I did hear him on the Hockey Cards Gong Show podcast a year ago, maybe, or maybe not a year ago, maybe 8 months ago, in disguise. The person is in disguise. And I feel like he's a crypto billionaire kind of person. That's my take on it. And if he's watching, let us know if I'm right or wrong. But it might be a drop in the bucket to him. That's a signal, though, guys, of what type of money the hobby is attracting. And it's having an impact on the rest of us because it's driving up other prices, as we are seeing when Macklin Celebrini regular PSA 10 Young Gun outsells a Crosby or a McDavid. I don't know if that's the case, but it may as well be the case. If not, it's close. So it's really, really interesting in that way. Any responses to that piece of the type of money that's coming in? No? Okay. Then the question that I was going to ask from, again, mentioned situational, is this comment right here. He says, that Young Guns, Macklin Celebrini, or the Frankenwagner both sold for roughly $1.3 million. Which one would you rather own for $1.3 million? It's interesting because the Wagner is a Frankenwagner. It is a fully restored, rebuilt, reconstructed card that has a donor card. Basically had a transplant performed upon it by a card doctor of sorts, a restoration specialist when this was done in the 90s, I believe. Anyway, it's an incredible situation where we're comparing a Macklin Celebrini one-of-one Young Guns card versus a Honus Wagner T206. Now, let's vote. Which card would you rather have? All in favor of the Wagner, put up your hand. Okay, everybody would rather have all. Is it even close? Is it even close? No, it's not. And I think that speaks to the buyer here. Benjamin B is buying a lot of cards that are very ultra modern and are the hot cards of the month, the week, the year. They're the flavor of the month cards, and that's totally fine. He has every right to do it. So it's interesting, but yeah, I'm definitely going the way of the Wagner. So yeah, it's an interesting sale tonight, guys. I thought it might reach $1 million because of where the hobby's at. 1.3. I guess I'm not surprised. Christina's PC says Celebrini all day for her. Josh.
Christina, I taught you nothing. It's okay. The bagel train's coming to an end, Christina.
That's the end of the bagels. I see a lot of calls for the Wagner in the Bob Boozle's taking the Wagner himself as well. So is Brian. Stuke says Wagner isn't going to get injured. Celebrini could get injured. Let me rephrase that for you, Stukes. Celebrini will get injured. He will get injured. The question is how bad and how long will he be out? He will be injured. It's almost inevitable at these point in times. Pojak says, I don't want any card that's been restored. More than fair. More than fair. Laura's taking the Wagner. Rob Star says Wagner more secure with more upside potential. Sure, as an investment, I want the Wagner. As a collector, I also still want the Wagner, though. Put on either hat. I want it both times myself. Josh is dying. Absolutely. Absolutely. So who was the underbidder is a great question. Christina says, Josh has literally taught me nothing. This is true. Yeah. So, all right. That's kind of the news story of the night now is Celebrini becoming the almost tied for the second most expensive hockey card of all time. And the card is a year old. That's pretty incredible. What's on your mind, guys? Josh, Chris, what's on your mind this week, buddy? I mean, I know you're consuming content. I know you're writing content. Are we going to see another Hojcast anytime soon?
Yeah. It's we took July off for travel and shows, but the Hojcast will be back maybe very, very soon. And I had a few more thoughts on the Franken Wagner and the Celebrini, or are we moving on from that?
No, I welcome the comments. And Clark, you're welcome to stay on as long as you want, Clark. But if you want to run, just let us know, and you're welcome to jump off. But please stick around if you can.
I'm actually going to drop off, but yeah, just because it's past midnight now, I realized. But yeah, great to meet you guys.
See you, man.
Clark, good to have you. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate you coming on.
Sure, thank you. Bye.
All right, bud. All right, Chris, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I picked the Franken Wagner because I think I could most easily resell it at that price. That's why I took that one. I really don't have a huge desire to own either of those. And so I would immediately sell it and use the proceeds to buy the things that more closely align with what I like. But with regards to the Celebrini, here's the appeal. Besides all the great points that you made about what that price might be relative to the buyer's budget and how that's an important consideration. Here's the appeal of the Celebrini. It's certainly got a claim to being one of his very best cards, which is very exciting. It's got the Young Guns lineage. It's a 1 of 1. I think it's the only 1 of 1 to that card and so on. It's got the gold going for it. It's beautiful. Very exciting player. The buyer's clearly very passionate about the player. And so now the buyer is positioned with, a tremendous card of maybe his favorite player who has maybe 10, 15, 20 years of career ahead of him. And he just gets to be, in some respects, one of the great collectors, one of the great fans, one of the great followers, one of the great advocates for Celebrini as a player. Now, can that work out horribly? Yes. Yeah. Yes, it can. And what are the odds of him being the next Gretzky or the next McDavid and so on, the next Crosby? You guys tell me. You would know much better than me. Probably not high. I mean, the odds of anybody becoming that are going to be tiny. But that's the appeal, is that you become the president of the club of collectors of that person in a certain sense by possessing a card like that. And I'm not saying that justifies the price. But I am saying it explains why somebody would win that card at all costs and would then, get to enjoy the next decade plus of being the owner of a true trophy, of one of the true trophies of a very, very promising, potentially generational player.
Yeah, I think you have a great take there. And I know it's a take that I've heard you talk about before. When you are spending lots of money on a modern player, whether it is or was Patrick Mahomes, when we saw his Shield card sell for $4 million at the 2021 National, I believe it was, whether it's big Luka cards, big Wemby cards, big Cooper Flag cards, Shohei cards, or now Celebrini. You get to enjoy their career while owning maybe their best card or among their best cards. And there is something kind of cool about that and fun about that. But for me, and I think many people, it's that versus the risk associated with it. It's risk versus being having the ultimate follow along.
Totally, Jeremy. And what I would say is this. I would say if we could ask people who spent strong 6 figures and low 7 figures on the hottest quarterbacks during the last really hot cycle, the peak of the last cycle, 2021, 2022, there were several quarterbacks who had cards sell for high 6 and low 7 figures. On the sort of the expectation that each one of them, there's like maybe 4 or 5 of them who were sort of like being romanticized as if they're the next Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, even the next Patrick Mahomes. And of course, none of them have manifested to that so far. And so if you could look back and say, and you could ask that person, you could say, would you rather have spent your 7 figures, knowing what we know now, with the perspective of hindsight, with the knowledge that we have today? You got to own that card for the last 5 years, that this ultra-modern quarterback that you spent a ton of money on. But would you rather have just purchased a Wagner, a low grade? Would you rather purchase that 5 years ago? Because that card has probably doubled since then, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. Whereas this ultra-modern QB card, it's still very valuable, but it's probably lost 30, 40, 50, maybe even more percentage points of its value. So now you've had the experience. You've had it for 5 years. You've got to take this ride. Now, if you could go back and do it over again, would you rather have just bought the Hannes?
Yeah. What do you think, Josh? I mean, I know what you. Go ahead, Josh. Let's hear it from you.
I think if you got $1 million to spend on a Macklin Celebrini card, I don't think you really care if you lose that $1 million. They're not buying it because they think the million's going to appreciate. They're buying it because it's the hot thing of the day. I don't know who the buyer is, so I don't know who he is, and I can't, speak for him. But just objectively looking at it, it seems like it's not really because he likes a hockey card. It's because it's the hot hockey card of the time. If it was any other guy with a 1-of-1 that was for sale, put out. Has Bedard sold that card, that 1-of-1, or no?
Oh, I don't know. Let's let me check Card Ladder here. I will just add Bedard to this search that I have going.
I mean, it'll go for more, right?
There was definitely like a well-publicized bounty for the Bedard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's appeared yet. It might have. Nothing, no Bedards down. We're into under 200K now, and I have yet to see a Bedard show up. So we're down to 150.
Yeah, the chat saying didn't show up yet.
It didn't. Okay, so that will be an interesting one. I don't think I don't think as of right now that it would sell for as much as the Celebrini. I saw in the chat someone said, the Bedard will be worth more in the long run. Very well might be.
Hope so.
What team is going to get closer to the Stanley Cup sooner? I think that might not be Chicago, Josh, unfortunately.
No, not even close.
Right?
It's the Sharks. They have a much better team, and the Hawks are in purgatory for a long time.
Yeah, and then Turpin Forrester says, what if Celebrini becomes one of the greatest? What if he wins a Stanley Cup before Connor McDavid? What if he wins the Art Ross Trophy as the points leader in the NHL? What if he wins the Maurice Richard Trophy as the goals leader in the NHL? What if he wins is it the Lindsay Trophy as the most valuable player is voted on by the players, not the press, which I think is the most underrated trophy in hockey, maybe all of sport, is that one. The Hart Trophy being overrated, in my opinion. In any event, if Celebrini becomes the next like Crosby, that's all he has to be is Crosby. He doesn't have to be Gretzky. He just has to be Crosby, and that's a big thing to become. It's huge. It's bigger than Bedard. It's bigger than Ovechkin. It's bigger than McDavid, but that's what he has to become. Maybe he doesn't have to. The hobby is changing, guys. You heard about what's going on with the card vault by Tom Brady, right? You heard that they have now added a superstar roster of investors to grow from a dozen stores to 100 stores. That is crazy, right? That looks like that is going to happen. You heard what just happened with Whatnot. Whatnot is really it's not really an on-point company to bring up in the hobby space anymore, because they are so much more than sports cards. They are not only selling sports cards and TCG. They are selling it. I feel like Whatnot is going to become a company where, just like everybody has an eBay account or a PayPal account or whatever, I feel like everyone's going to have a Whatnot. Like young kids today, in 10 years, any kid who's 20 years old or younger is going to have a Whatnot account to sell whatever they want to sell on Whatnot. It's absolutely blowing up. They just had a $500 million raise at a $20 billion valuation. That is insane. So do players like Wemby and Flag and Knipple and PCA and all these guys, obviously Celebrini and Bedard, do they have to be the same as their predecessor, biggest prospect, or do they not anymore? Because we have what I think are crypto 100 millionaires coming in and buying cards for way more than any of us who've been in the hobby a long time. Not to say they haven't. They might have come into their money 40 years into being a hobbyist, and now they're just dumping it on the hobby because they want the cards, and they will pay whatever they have to pay, Do these players have to become? Does Celebrini have to become a Crosby or a McDavid? Does Wemby or Flag, do they need to become the next LeBron James to maintain these values? I don't know. Maybe not. The hobby might be getting, I've now heard people say, everyone laughed when Fanatics said they were going to 10x the hobby. Well, they've 20x the hobby. I've heard stuff like that out there now. The hobby's in a crazy place, Chris. What do you think when you think about when you zoom out of all this and look at the overall hobby right now?
Well, to your point about, can the next generation carry the interest in the market for a player, even if that player's accolades or legacy or aura doesn't measure up to players from previous generations? I think about myself. I started collecting basketball cards in the 90s as a young kid, and I was all about Chris Webber, and I was all about Penny Hardaway, and then Shaq, and Jordan, obviously, and Hakeem and David Robinson and Kobe and Iverson and Nash. I was all about those guys. And I wasn't ever thinking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, David Thompson, etc. I wasn't thinking about any of those guys. And it actually now only hits me from the vantage point of midlife when I say to myself, man, those guys, like Kareem with the 6 MVPs, the most in NBA history, or all the various things that he's accomplished. 6 championships, 2 finals MVPs, just unstoppable hook shot, just all the things that he had going for himself. And then that caused me to actually circle back and finally get a Kareem card, which I did, which I'll reveal one day. But I look at that and I say, well, when I was a kid, I wasn't thinking like, man, how does Chris Webber measure up to Larry Bird? I was just like, oh, this is the guy who's on TV and I'm watching him. And then our generation has carried that forward. And I think you could probably find a lot of pricing discrepancies of a guy like Dr. J against pick a not as distinguished player from an era that just had more collectors. So I think it comes back to a point we were kind of talking about last week. It's like, who is the buyer? Who are the buyers? Who is the demographic? Who are the people buying it? And if you have, 1 million people who want to collect the 90s stars, and you have 100,000 people who want to collect the stars of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, that's going to matter at the margin. That's going to matter when prices get set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all these things matter. We just can't properly fit them into a formula that tells us what the future is going to hold. So we are always at the mercy of the unknown, and that's what makes this all so much fun. Though it's so crazy, how and it happens to me all the time when I discover something or I get tuned into something. It's like, why wasn't I buying this 10 years ago when the prices were 10% of where they are now? And then I think to myself, what can I buy now that I'm going to like 10 years from now, and I can pay 10% of 10 years from now prices today? And I just can never answer that question until the time happens. it's it's a lot of fun. Thank you for that question from Situational Adventures. A couple comments. Moloko said, I think it says more about how few one-of-one hockey cards are produced for potential greats. I don't know, Moloko. Maybe a little bit. Card Fuchsia said that Gretzky got injured and bad. Yeah. And Mario Lemieux, who, is many people say the best of all time. If not, he's a Mount Rushmore player. I mean, he retired due to cancer and came back after cancer. Talk about a comeback. That was incredible. Laura says Wagner has the bigger story over Celebrini. Absolutely. Fresh Prince said Celebrini would take the Wagner. I like that one. Stephen Lane says, simply put, some people have FU money and can spend it foolishly without consequence. That's where we're at today, guys. That's what's happening. I believe that we've speculated for years now here on Sports Cards Live and elsewhere in hobby content about where is this money coming from? Is it institutional money? Is it private equity? Is it money laundering? Is it cartel? I mean, there's all sorts of speculation. Is it crypto billionaires? I think it's maybe a bit of all of the above. Who knows? Hockey Cardboard asked me, would I rather have the Celebrini or the Frankenwagner? The Frankenwagner all day long for me. It's just so easy for me to answer that question, but thank you for the question, Hockey Cardboard. Quick attention, everybody. Steve Splenda has entered the show. Moloko puts in quotes, just has to be correct. I know, it's ridiculous that I even said that, but that's what, the just wasn't the just shouldn't have been there. I agree, Moloko. And Sports Cards Down. What's up, Alex? Says, is Celebrini the NHL equivalent to what Wemby is to the NBA? I kind of think so. I think he is. He is the number one prospect. I don't know if you can even call him a prospect. He's the number one, like, under 22-year-old player in the NHL. And it's not even really, like, Bedard is up there too. But after those two guys, I can't think of who the third guy would be. It might be one of the, is it a Demidov on Montreal? Josh, who do you want to say? I can tell you're about to.
Not Scheifele, not him. The defenseman on the Islanders.
Oh, Schaefer. Yeah.
Schaefer's huge.
Schaefer's huge, but he's a defenseman. I think that's going to hold him back.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think it's fair. I think defensemen are great, have an important role on the team, but just like in any sport, offense is really what sells the best. So, but I think to answer Alex's question here, I think the answer is yes. Obviously the style of play is different and all that, but yeah, I think as far as impact on the hobby, impact on his team, impact on the sport, where the attention is, media and all that, yes, he is the equivalent to Wemby. And then where does Bedard fall? Is he the equivalent to Cooper Flagg? Is Cooper Flagg, and I asked the question to you guys, to Chris specifically, is Cooper Flagg a one rung down, Chris, on the ladder versus Wemby? Is Wemby a bit higher in terms of his prospectability?
Yes, only because Wemby is so unusual. If you take Wemby out of the equation, Flagg is himself a generational prospect. It's just that Wemby is this multi-generational prospect. Wemby is a guy who we've never really seen anything like it before. A guy who's in the NBA Finals in his third season, possibly, projecting to be the greatest defensive player of all time, just because of the sheer unfairness of his reach and his height and his mobility and his size and his athleticism. So, Wemby is just freakish. It's not that Flagg isn't a top tier prospect. Flagg is in the highest percentile. Wemby's just off the charts.
Which makes me think when you say how, it's the freakishness, Macklin Celebrini has something going on that no other prospect in hockey does. And that is that he's like best friends with Steph Curry and the Warriors, because his father is like their trainer. So you watch Celebrini play in San Jose for the Sharks, and you've got Draymond in the crowd. Steph is there, they're texting. Like, he has the potential to transcend hockey in a way that Gretzky did when Gretzky was traded from Edmonton to Los Angeles back in 88 or 89. That put hockey on the map. Celebrini, because of his connections to the Warriors and the fact that Steph Curry is, a top 10, 15 player of all time. I think that will bring additional attention to Celebrini. And when I say transcend hockey, I think it will bring attention to him, to the basketball community a little bit, to people who are following Steph Curry in that. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but I do think there's a degree of impact that will have. I'm open to being agreed or disagreed with. I'm curious, Josh, what do you think? Is there any validity to that statement that I made?
I mean, possibly. I don't know. I think hockey's a little different. I don't know, like, because he got the same trainer. I don't know if that's going to really. I guess
it's not the same trainer. His father is like the trainer for them, but it's not that. It's that Celebrini grew up going to Warriors games. He is tight with those players, and they are at his games to watch him play. And they're on social media talking about Macklin Celebrini. They're on social media at the Sharks games. It's not just having the same trainer. There's more to it than just that. You have to kind of envision the whole context of it all. Social media is very powerful nowadays, you know, like it really is. And if you are a big Steph Curry fan or a Warriors fan, but even better Steph Curry at this point, and you see him talking about this hockey player and showing his plays and getting excited for a great move that Celebrini made that finished off with a very impressive goal, that's bringing impressions. It's showing it's also people want to emulate their heroes. And if Steph Curry's your hero and he's emulating this kid, are you not going to want to maybe look into a little bit? Not everybody. I think some will. So I push back a little bit, Josh, because I think it's more than just having the same trainer. I think it does transcend some things. But Chris, what do you think?
To which part, Jeremy?
Again, when you said that Wemby is freakish and that he's so unique, it's not because of relationships he has outside of the basketball court or in the basketball court. It's because of his physical stature. And then when you said that, my brain went to, well, does anything make Celebrini stand out? And no, he's actually undersized. He's about the same size as Bedard, Patrick Kane. He's a great player, but he's not freakishly good like McDavid is. I don't think he's not freakishly tall and strong. Maybe I don't know if he's a freakishly fast skater, but what does set him apart from almost every other superstar in the NHL is his relationship with Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. So that's kind of where I'm getting at. I know it's not apples to apples, but I was looking for something that made him unique compared to his contemporaries.
Well, we know cultural impact is massive. I think Dennis Rodman is the poster child for that in the basketball card market, where if you're relevant in a sense that matters to pop culture and to collectors who care about that can overshadow and that can exceed and that can make irrelevant many aspects of your on the ice, on the field, on the court play. So I think it potentially is relevant. But I personally wouldn't put it in the same bucket as what Wemby has going for him, because Wemby is this like 7'5", very dexterous player. It's something that very, very rarely you'll ever see in basketball. In my lifetime, I've never seen anything like it. Now that's not me saying I think Wemby's the greatest or he's going to be the greatest or anything like that. I have seen serious basketball people make the point that he has the potential to be the best defensive player to ever play the game. They're not saying he is yet, but they're saying if he keeps having the defensive impact that he has for his team and relative to league average, that you'll be able to make that case pretty quickly for him. And I think the most defensive player of the year awards anybody's ever won is 4. I think Ben Wallace and Rudy Gobert share that distinction. And there's a reasonable chance that he will surpass those 4. So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying what I've heard people who are more knowledgeable about basketball than me say. And granted, everybody drinks a bit of the Kool-Aid and gets a bit excited. But I just think Wemby is a different type of thing. I think the spec, because here's what it is, Jeremy. It's the spectacle. The pop culture is part of this too. Like if Celebrini becomes this figure that pop culture puts on a pedestal, then that will magnetize people to the TV when he's on, and that'll get people to go to games and watch him play. Wembanyama has that. He is so freakishly tall. He is so freakishly athletic. He is so unlike any other player that's in the NBA or in any professional sport right now, just from a visual perspective. Just to see a guy who's 7'5", run that fast, do these feats of athleticism that he can do, to cover that much ground, that much space, that quickly, and to be that size and to go to the ground as often as he does. And there's always like this sort of like awe of like, oh, is he going to get hurt? You know, like there's just so much that makes you want to watch him play, whether it's in person or on the screen. That's the thing. That's what takes him to a different level as a spectacle.
It is a spectacle. It's funny watching him take a free throw. It's like he's looking straight at the rim, you know, like when he's taking a shot, his arm on the follow through is higher than the rim. Like, he's a cheat code for a free throw. Like it's ridiculous. So,
and basketball is the one sport where more than any other, you get that, where you get these total anomalies genetically, that because basketball is so much rewards being tall.
Right. It is. I can't think of another sport where your physical stature can be that much of an advantage. I mean, other than maybe wrestling and boxing, like except for the combat sports, but you know, hockey, you can be super fast, but that's because you have strong legs and all that. You know, in baseball, I don't know. Maybe like Randy Johnson was a great pitcher because he had such good leverage on the ball, you know, like he could pitch like nobody. That slingshot was incredible. So there are a few things like that, but nothing like basketball, Chris. I agree. Nothing quite like basketball. Mollico says that him and Josh have the same trainer. That's good to know. Vintage Oddball, Rick said here that Wemby will not stay healthy. Who does stay healthy? Like, does anybody stay healthy anymore? But I wonder, I would ask Rick to clarify, do you mean that he will be out at very extended periods, or will his career get cut short, or will he have injuries come and go like most players do? And then Dan here says that Wemby consistently made bad defensive decisions throughout the finals. He was exposed. Fair enough, but he's 22 years old. He's only going to learn and make fewer bad defensive decisions. That's where coaching comes into play. That's where experience comes into play. That's where having a commitment to your craft comes into play. So while he may have done that, that might be the best thing that ever happened to him because he was exposed, and he will I don't know what he will or will not do, but I would like to think that he will likely learn from that and correct it over time and get a lot better. So that I don't hold that against him at all. I think short term, the hobby holds it against him, maybe a little bit. Long term, I don't see that being a problem. Chris?
It is true, though, that Wemby did not have a good finals, that he did struggle defensively in that series and offensively, too. And that, he became a villain over the course of the playoffs as well. He was elbowing people in the head. And then when you go up against the Knicks and you're sort of the last obstacle that's in between the Knicks and, basketball immortality, especially a franchise that's been deprived of that over the last however many decades, and has come very close and had those great 90s teams, but never quite got there, that, he's become a villain, and he doesn't, he hasn't tried to brush that aside either. I'm not saying he's fine with it, but, we were at Fanatics Fest, and he was walking around, and Fanatics Fest obviously takes place in New York City, and he was just getting booed everywhere he went, And so does that upset a person and make them want to sort of go back to being the nice guy? I don't know. I'm not sure how that affects him, but these are the cultural ramifications as well that are impacting Wemby, to your Celebrini point.
Absolutely. All right. We're going to bring Joe back on. Joe, you good? Didn't know if Joe was going to come back, but he's back. Welcome back. Say hello, everybody, to Joe Poirot, back for round 2.
Hey, fellas.
Hello, Joe.
Nice shirt, Joe.
I love this shirt. I love this shirt. This is the sleeper of all the swag at the whole National is my introvert. Thanks to Card Ladder.
I didn't get that shirt. I didn't even see that shirt till now. I'm jealous. I want one of those badly. That's a great looking shirt. But introvert, but willing to discuss cards. I got you, Joe. That's awesome. What a great shirt. Okay, for Sammy Hill, it's funny. Sammy Hill said Randy Johnson begs to differ. Jeremy read my mind. I didn't see that till after that. I did read your mind there, Sammy Hill. Absolutely. Dan says, will Wemby learn enough before his body breaks down? I mean, I got to think he will. He's only 22 years old. He's got several years left beyond, outside of some catastrophic injury or an unfortunate injury. I think it's not going to take him long. I mean, everyone's calling him out for his defensive struggle in the finals. I think he will learn it, but how do I know for sure? I don't. That's just my theory. And Fresh Prince says losing in the finals was the best thing that happened to him, 22 years old and ready for redemption. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. Like Chris said, he's got special qualities that make him a good player. And in addition, like, he's actually coordinated. He can dribble. He can shoot. He's not just tall. I am just tall. I can't really dribble. I can shoot, but that's about it. That's about it for me. Yeah, okay. Whoa, Christina says, Jeremy, you might be an extrovert. Ask me about sports cards. Seriously. Oh, I like that, Christina. That's a good shirt. Was that the other one? Were there two of them?
Yep.
Oh.
There's a pair of them, and you could get the introvert one or you could get the extrovert one.
I could not wear the introvert one. Like, honestly, I would need the extrovert one. But
right.
Christina, if you send me those hoodies, throw in an extra large extrovert shirt for me, please. Great shirts, and great job with everything you did.
Nice hats too. We got the updated hats with the 47.
Cool, 47.
Jeremy, I have to go mail something on Monday. So
yeah.
I'm going to make sure that box gets mailed. We have a living room full of boxes of Christina promised merch mailings.
Nice.
I feel like you're kind of an introvert though, Jay Lee, at heart, aren't you? Like,
not really, dude. Not really. Nope. I don't think listen, I do enjoy some quiet time here and there, but no, I like talking to people. I really do.
I know. I was ribbing you.
I know.
Seeing you in action out there on the showroom floor, you're engaging everybody, and you've got a lot of energy for the social dynamic.
Not bad for a past middle-aged man, hey?
Yeah.
By the way, Chris, it looks like you've just now taken on a new role at Card Ladder as shipping department. Christina is very happy. She doesn't want to do it anymore, so that is now. Chris is now adding.
Hey, I've been promoted. I'm out from the janitor's closet and up to the mailroom.
So, all right. So, Chris or Josh, do either of you, or Joe for that matter, I mean, although we had Joe for the first hour of the show, do either of you guys have any topic you wanted to bring to the table tonight? And I just did receive a message. We may have one more person joining us in a little bit, but in the meantime, Chris or Josh, any topic? Josh, no. Chris, how about you? Is there a topic on your list that you want to present? Because I'd love to hear it.
I always have a backlog, and I always prepare one just in case. All right, so this is the one that I had prepared for today's show. It's going to be a little bit of a change of pace, but I think this is a question that every collector will enjoy thinking about to themselves as I read it out loud. And this actually isn't my topic. It came from Romo Collector on Instagram, who was messaging with me. This is actually from a few months ago, but I jotted it down. And what he said to me was, he said, I think we can learn a lot about ourselves by our emotional states at various points of the card collecting hobby. At what points of the hobby do you find yourself most fulfilled? And I've broken this down into 4 areas, but I think it could be broken down differently. And then I actually added a 5th area, but here's those areas. Because 1, do you feel most fulfilled at the research level? When you're just learning about cards, or you're going and trying to find something new to discover? Is it the discovery process? Number 2, is it the chase? And not the David chase. Is it the chase? The chase of finding the card? Is it actually doing the work of, like, I saw Grant Slate and Waldorf Stories put out a story to his Instagram today that said, hey, I'm going to be in Houston for this card show. If you know anybody who wants to get cashed out of their collection, I'd love to take a look. I pay a generous finder's fee. He loves the chase. He loves to unearth cards, and there might not be anybody better at it than him. He loves the chase. He loves to find the cards. No, or is it number 3? Is it ownership? Is it actually having the card in your hand? Is it looking at the details? Is it enjoying it, thinking about it, processing it? Is that your favorite part? Or 4, is it the curation, display, and expression of your aesthetic desire? That's the best part. Once you have the card, it's not having the card that's your favorite part. You might like that a lot, but it's actually figuring out how you want to present it, how you're going to post it to social media, how you're going to show it to your friends, how you're going to present it if you walk around at a show, how you would pitch it if it was coming to auction, how you would display it, so on and so forth. And then finally, the part I added, or is your favorite part of the experience, is it actually when you sell the card and you move on from it? Is that your favorite part? When you had the card, you owned it, you got the joy out of it, but your favorite part, just like they say, the best days in a boat owner's life are buying the boat and selling the boat. It's the best day of your life as a card owner, selling the card. Maybe it's because you enjoy getting the profit. Maybe it's just because you like the action, you like moving in and out of cards, and you like that satisfying punctuation mark at the end of that card's life in your collection. So there are 5 areas there to think about. For all collectors, what is your favorite phase? And thank you again to Romo Collector for serving up this topic.
Yeah, I want to thank Romo Collector for that one also, because it's a nice topic. It's a fun topic. It's the philosophical topics that we get into in the overtime hour of Sports Cards Live. Listen, I let's start with you, Joe. You just got back to the panel here. You look like you got something to say, and I want to marinate on it a little bit. But Josh, we're going to go to you next. But let's start with you, Joe.
Yeah, I got a big hit on the ownership phase. And that's probably partly because my curation phase is a little fraught, because I have things in the vault and the safety deposit box and in my own little 400 square foot studio. So my curation is limited in terms of the intake, but the moment of knowing that the card is in my possession, that it is sort of like I own it and I can wield it in whatever way makes sense to me. Maybe I will have it in my, personal little world fishbowl here. Maybe it'll stick up in Tigard, Oregon for a while. But just knowing that I own it, knowing that I have sort of rights to it, and that I'm kind of in control of the asset, that's the part that is like the yes.
I love it. I love it. Before we go to Josh, we'll do a couple from the chat. Jesse, Double O's Card Guy, says curation and display 100%. And he typed that faster than before you were done talking, Chris, which is funny because if you follow, like I do, Double O's Card Guy on Instagram, you'll see just today he posted his new curation, his new display in his house of his cards on display. And I mean, I hang out with him at card shows. He sets up with me and helps me at the booth. And he loves every card. Like, he's a Double O's. Go follow him if you're not following him yet. He's a great guy. He's a good buddy of mine, and he loves cards. If we love people who love cards, or if you're like Joe and you love to stack hats on hats, go follow Double O's Card. I'm just messing with you. Go follow Double O's Card Guy. He says that. BW says the chase for me, even though I don't do it much. That's fair. Mollico loves it all. Also, great. Glad to hear it. Okay, Josh, over to you.
I like the chase and then the ownership, but for me, the chase and then finally getting it in hand is my favorite, biggest rush for me. So, because sometimes the chase takes years to find a card you want. So
do you love because I was thinking about that too, Josh. I want to dig in a bit. I have watched, I have saved searches that I've been searching for 15 years, and I'm looking for certain cards, and it feels like a chore. It's almost a burden to clear those little blue dots on the eBay save searches. As an example, when they come up, if I got 50 save searches and I go look at them like regularly, and I go to my saved, and there we go. Look at all those blues. I will clear those off before I go to bed tonight, but it's an errand. I don't enjoy that a ton. So that's one response to people who like to chase. I'm not saying it's not fun. What I love, though, is the non-save searches part of the chase. So I hear you, Josh, but what do you love about the chase? What do you love about searching for the card for so long? And I'm just asking. This is not loaded at all.
You want to hear something wild that you're not going to believe? I don't think I've ever used an eBay save search in my life.
I believe it.
Yeah, ever. So I love just the journey, like just searching, going to card shows, finding people, knocking on doors, just the hunt makes it all worthwhile, and you appreciate that card once you get it in your hands. Yes.
Joe?
Just a clarifying question to how we're understanding the chase. So like for me, I'm chasing, but I'm not always aware of what I'm chasing. And I think discovery implies that you've already kind of zeroed in on the card that you want. I love the chase too, but I'm frequently out in the wild just looking for something that I think is cool and interesting. And then later I'll sort of like engage in the discovery, usually actually after I purchase it or acquire it. So like my whole, like this whole hierarchy and the sort of like way that it's laid out is a little cattywampus for my actual, collecting style.
Cattywampus, everybody. That might make the thumbnail for The Hangover, because we're gonna have to dig into that on The Hangover, everybody. Cattywampus. You heard it here first on Sports Cards Live, August the 15th, 2026. No, I agree with what you're saying, Joe. I mean, I'm curious about what we mean by all of these terms too, and I think that's up to us. We can define them however I think we kind of want to. But I appreciate your answer, Josh, to my question, because and I'll go next, and then we'll go to Chris too. But as I wrote down Chris's 5 elements here, and I go through them: research and discovery. I circled discovery. To me, finding something new that I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I just found this and I love it so much. It is invigorating. It is so invigorating me, not to discover the card I've been chasing, but to discover a new lane or a new interest. That is probably number one for me. The other thing is the curation. I talk a lot about building a flight of cards and pairing cards together, and does it fit into my collection? Curating my collection is also an expression, and Chris said curation, display, expression. Your words, Chris. To me, the curation, we are curating our hobby identity, but not necessarily outwardly. It's not for other people to know our identity. It's our own. It's what we know. Now, if you're sharing your collection with the public, well, then you're forming an identity that other people can clue into as well. I was listening today to Mike Junkwax Hero along with Mike Moynihan. The two Mikes did a show on the on the Sports Card Clubhouse channel, and Mike Moynihan, he basically said like he loves to curate his collection. No, what he said was, I don't buy cards to show them off on social media, but I do show them off sometimes. And that really resonated with me too. I love showing off the cards. I love posting cards to my new Instagram account, but I don't buy them to share them. I've been buying them well before social media. I know a lot of us have been. So, but that kind of made me the discussion around curation, display, expression is you can express it to nobody, right? You still are forming your identity. And but the curation, I love that. I love curating the collection. I love discovering a new lane. So the research, I don't mind the research. Chris, I can't wait to hear your answer. And I think you're going to put a lot of it into research. I think that's on your list, at least. I don't mind the research, but I don't get off on it like some people do. This guy over here, I love the discovery. The chase and the hunt, I don't mind it. I'm always chasing and hunting, but it's not my number one. It's not up there top for me. Ownership, I mean, we are collectors. I love owning the cards, but I don't get off on it as much as I do just the discovery and the curation, although curation is a part of ownership, I would say. And then moving on from a card is the opposite for me. That I get no joy from moving on from a card. I have pain oftentimes moving on from a card. So it's not even on the list for me to go to Romo Collector. So that's how that's my answer to the topic, Chris. Let's hear your responses to everybody and your own.
Oh, great answers. I love the diversity of answers, which I think is why this is such a great question. There's so many different ways to answer it. And even the three of us four so far who have taken a stab at it have come at it from a totally different angle that made me actually want to rethink my whole answer, just hearing each of you give yours. And then I think here's where I landed on my answer, granted with more runway and more time to think about it. What I thought about was this. I actually went through each of the five and I said, I actually love every single part of this. I love discovering cards. I think that nobody could doubt that. I love the chase. I love deal making. I love when that moment when you settle on that price and you lock in the card. That's almost the peak of the entire experience in some ways. There used to be this funny graph. This is from like 8-10 years ago. If Facebook groups used to share this graph that would sort of show like when the most fun you're having as a collector is, and it's like right after you make the deal. You know, it's like it's still great getting the card in hand, and everything's great all the time. But the biggest rush is like, oh, I just landed the card. The chase is awesome too. Ownership, obviously. I'm going to come back to ownership. Curation and display. I make 90-minute podcasts presenting a card. I absolutely love the art of presenting and curating a collection and explaining reasoning and so forth. And I actually really like the sale too, because it's invigorating to me when I sell a card and it confirms and it reminds me, because I don't sell cards very often. So when I do, it's like, oh, the market is real. There are other people out there just like me paying this money for these cards. It's real. And that's like a lightning bolt that shocks me and gives me energy. But circling back to ownership has to be my answer. I think Joe gave this answer and it has to be my answer too. And here's why. I can still love this hobby without any of the other things. As long as I have ownership, then I don't get to have discovery, fine, but I still get to own cards. That's what I'm here for. I could do without the chase, obviously. Like if I'm just sort of winning things at auction and then there's really no hunt or pursuit, but still I get to own the card. I could do without presentation. If you took away all my social media, I'd still get such a great joy out of looking at my collection, curating it, and enjoying it for myself, not to present to others. And then finally, if I could never sell a card, that would not remove at all my enjoyment from cards. But if you took away the ability to own cards, if I couldn't own cards, I could still research them. I could still help other people make deals. I could still make podcasts and present cards. And I could still, participate somehow in helping people sell cards. But I couldn't own them. I wouldn't be in the hobby. I wouldn't. So I think it has to come back to ownership for me. Ownership is my answer.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that, Chris. We are even when I said, well, we are collectors. I am collecting, so that's the primary purpose. But I guess the way I think of it is on a day-to-day basis. Like I've got several cards, and I don't look at them all every day. And I know a lot of us don't look at all of our cards every day, and that's okay. We don't have to. No one's telling you to do that. Knowing you own cards is a very comforting feeling. I mean, it's knowing I have them is very comforting. And now I'm actually rethinking my comments on discovery of a new lane. And the reason I'm doing that is because I think about being at a card show. I think the most, I almost want to hear the question again. Not yet, but because I think one of my favorite things as a collector in the hobby to do is, well, it is tied into discovery. It's tied into the hunt, and it leads to ownership. It's looking through showcases at card shows. It's even looking through showcases on story sales, and seeing all the cards. But there's nothing like walking a card show and looking at cards. I go to a card show. I want to look at cards first and foremost. I want to look in the showcases. I'm hoping to discover. And that's, I'm hunting, right? I'm hunting, but I'm not chasing a specific card in many cases. Sometimes I'm looking for, I want to pick up a 49 Bowman Dobie, which I did at the National. And it's like, great. I found one. Well, David Chase found it for me and sent me to it, which was great. But I come back to discovery, which leads to, but like you, Chris, I'm not in this hobby if I can't own cards. I'm actually not a content creator if I can't own cards. So, but does that make it? What was the words of the question actually? What was the preamble to those five options?
The precise wording was, at what part of the hobby do you find yourself most fulfilled?
If it's most fulfilled, I think I'm sticking with my original answer because I am fulfilled by ownership. I don't know, fulfilled is a weird. I would say I have the most fun discovering and hunting. Not the 10-year hunt, but the marketplace hunt. Reviewing the new weekly and premier auction on Fanatics, reviewing the new cards available on Slab Sharks Thursday auctions, walking into the card shows every card show I go to and seeing the new inventory, new to me, new to the dealer in the showcases. That's the most fun. But you could take that away and I'm still going to own cards and I'm still going to enjoy myself in the hobby. So it's a weird one. I think you said it, Chris. I love all of it except for the number 5. I don't, unless I bought cards specifically as inventory, which I do sometimes. That's fun. I do love the art of the deal, but when it comes to my personal collection, giving up a card is far from my favorite thing to do. So just to come back on it. Moloko effing loves cards. Bob Boozle loves reenacting his best card negotiations with his Labubus because they are actually alive for him. He sees them as alive. What's up, Bob Boozle? Besting the hobby or mail days, says Steve Splenda. Upstate says hunting to gather. It's like hunting to gather to own. They're so connected for me that it's hard to separate the two from each other. It's because why is hunting and discovery so much fun? Because you're going to own it at the end of the journey. At the end of that card's journey for you, you're going to own it. So the goal is ownership, but what is more fulfilling was an interesting word. What's more fun? What's more fun on a day-to-day basis? Going to a card show and discovering new cards, or going home and looking at the cards you've owned for 15 years? What's more? I would say I have more fun shopping for cards, looking and discovering new cards, but it doesn't mean that I don't love looking at the cards I already own and enjoying them on a I won't say day-to-day basis, but enjoying them throughout life. Like, it's so much fun to see what you have and put them on your table in front of you and put different cards together, put all your Jackies together, all your Jordans together, then maybe put all your, all your PMGs together, all your essential credentials, or putting all your 49 Bowmans together and arranging them differently. That's kind of like, is that curation? It's curation within the already curated collection and having fun and seeing the different combinations that you can do. Vintage Oddball Rick says, I love collecting history. Rare cards with a story is what I like to collect. Like that, you cannot argue with that. That is, Rick knows what he likes. I love that comment. And there's a lot here. So, here's a comment too. Yankees fan says, I was at a show today. I bought 4 cards I would have never guessed when I left this morning. You guys, some of you have heard me say that before. There's nothing better than, well, there might be something, but there's nothing better than going to the National or the Expo, whatever show it is, and not knowing what you're going to leave with. I say it all the time. I love not knowing what I'm going to find and what I'm going to buy, and it happens at every show. You just don't know. Unless you have a very set and restricted want list, and that is what you live by, which is fine. That's another great way to be a hobbyist. So Alex says, ownership all day. Ownership and Beckett Magazine is what got me into the hobby. Everything else is a bonus. I can see that. The chase, the discovery is a bonus, and it's a great bonus. Jeff Hart says, one thing that's kept me from being full-time in the hobby is not being able to have the same level of ownership of my collection if I had to rely on just that as income. Fair comment. Filippelli says, hello to all of us. Hello, Jeremy Filippelli. Good to see you. Splenda says, I like putting my cards in stands and playing with them like action figures till my mom calls me for dinner. Flint Hall says, the hobby would be dead without Chris Hoge. He is the standard bearer, a GOAT by all definitions. You have a big fan there, Chris, in Flint Hall and in others. Chris,
tell us how you really feel, Flint. Appreciate that.
Can I chime in real quick just on one point I think that was articulated somewhere along the way, and it connects to ownership. And Jay Lee, you've made some really good points about discovery and the chase, and I am conflicted in my ultimate answer of ownership. But ownership, there's something that calms my anxiety, and it's like the knowledge of the fish has been reeled in, and I've caught the fish, right? Like, and when you get to the word fulfillment, that's what sort of lines up for me. And again, like, I'm someone that doesn't even always have direct physical access to my cards, but it's a mental thing in my head knowing I have that card. Like, I might think about it in a faculty meeting. I might think about it at the dentist office. I might think about it in all sorts of areas. And it sort of like grounds me and calms me and makes me feel good about my life.
I totally hear that, Joe. I run my life. I stay organized with to-do lists. I have I just keep a piece of paper with scribbles on it, and every, just to kind of the current one on the go is that right there, and I just add them where there's room. And then eventually I bring out a new clean piece of paper and I start a new one. I transpose over the ones that haven't been crossed off yet and I start again. But every time I scribble something out, it's a feeling of accomplishment, and it keeps me motivated to scratch more things off the list. To-do lists for me are an incredible just get things done tool, and they keep me productive. And I feel that in what you were saying, Joe. I want certain cards. Like last year at the National, I wanted the 41 play ball Joe DiMaggio. I obsessed over it for months and months and months. When I got it, it was like, all right, scratch that one off the list. I don't need to worry about it anymore. So the hunt was a lot of fun. Scratching off the list was a lot of fun. And now I get a ton of fulfillment from owning that card. So it is a hard one to pick which of these. Again, I can easily omit the fifth one, but the first four, man, it's tough. I mean, even we're focusing so much right now on ownership, the chase or the hunt, and not even the research and what Chris said, discovery. I love discovery, which to me is closer related to chase and the hunt, Chris, versus the research. You know what I'm saying? Like, discovery can be two different things, I guess. But curation, display, and expression are all also so much fun in all of this. So anything to say, Chris, Josh, or Joe, before I go to a few comments and we add one more person to the panel?
Just one quick thing about discovery. I mean, discovery is very interesting because in some instances it might be to a specific exemplary card, and in other moments it might be a sort of conceptual notion of the card exists, if that makes sense, right? Like the discovery of this particular 48 leaf Jackie. Maybe I'm like foreshadowing who might show up here, I don't know. And then in other instances it might be a Steph Curry 1 of 1 that I didn't know existed, right? So like there's different types of discovery, and I think that's actually kind of important because it will probably be a little bit connected to your style of collecting. Like, I know Hoj probably has a pretty strong sense of all the really big cards that he might be interested in, like that they're out there, like the concept of them. So I don't know how much discovery, but I also know that sometimes he discovers things that are maybe not like totally in his main lane, but that are just a little bit off the side. And that might be super fun for him. But I don't think they're quite as meaningful as the ones that are like in his main lane, where it's like, oh, it's a Jordan masterpiece 1 of 1. Like, we all know that card exists. There wasn't a moment of discovery of that card in the same way that there might be of like a rando 1 of 1 that we didn't know existed.
Yes, there are different forms of discovery. I completely agree. Hoj, you have a response? No? Okay, couple comments quick. Splenda here said, I watch card content to avoid discussing my emotional state. Love that one. Sammy Hill said, Joe carried the first hour, Jay Lee, on the backs of Ruth and Cobb. I know he did, and thank you, Joe, for covering for me when I was stormed out of here. Rick here says, the chase and research is half the fun. Splenda says, much easier to move on from a chick than a card. Mollico says, went to the National to pick up 1 card, came back with 5 monsters. Congrats. Frank Meal says, I like going to a bar and not knowing what I will leave with. Okay. Sammy Hill says, Joe's comment reminds me of the meme with the couple in bed and the wife assumes he's thinking about another girl. Meanwhile, he's wondering how his cards are doing while he's away. Very nice. Flint Hall says, I often find the chase is the real thrill. oftentimes I'll get the Grail and find it's not as satisfying as it was pursuing it. I think a lot of people do have that experience, Flint Hall, as well. And Jeff Hart says, discovery and curation are up there for me. All right. All good stuff, everybody. Thank you for all of the comments. Chris C., we will start the show over at least the last hour. If you're just kidding, welcome back. And guys, please welcome to the stage, the panel, none other than Mr. David Chase. Welcome back, David.
What's going on? Good to see you all, guys.
Who's going to say hi to you, David? Let's get some hellos out of the crowd here, guys. Come on. Chris, Josh, Joe, say hello.
Yeah.
Please.
How dare you, Chris? Good to see you all.
What's up, D Chase? Good to have you.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate
So,
it. But I
David, are you coming in fresh, or did you happen to listen to any of this? Where are you at?
I listened to a few minutes of it, of what you guys were talking about. I can say like a really quick thing to kind
Go
of
ahead.
end the discussion. Yeah, like of course, ownership is always great, but I kind of, just like what you were literally just saying was the thing that was on my mind, is there's many, many times that when I have been pursuing a card and I've been wanting it for a long time, or a set or a player, that when I ended up getting it, I didn't feel very fulfilled. And for some reason, it just like didn't resonate with me. And then I go back into curation. And for me, curating my collection is one of my favorite parts, which I know sounds very weird. And that goes into selling also. Sometimes selling's like a relief for me in some ways, because I've been like pursuing a certain lane, and then I'm like, I don't even love this lane anymore. What am I doing? And I'm like pursuing the lane just to pursue it because I said I was going to do it. And like I'm like, I can give up. It's okay for me to give up, you know? Like this is what happened with me with the Retorado set. All right. I was like trying to get like all of them or most of the Hall of Famers. And then I just kind of got bored. And I'm like, do I really care about a Bobby Dorr Retorado card? Not really. And then I ended up like curating a bunch of them. I ended up keeping like 8, and I still have 2 that I'm missing, but like they are not hot on my list, even though I still like them. So that's just part of me. I love curating. I love to like get the cards I think I like and then kind of condensing them down to what I really love. And then just the one thing that you said that kind of makes me laugh about like displaying or showing off cards, even though I know I've been doing that like very, very recently on Instagram, that is not me in any way. I do not care about showing off my cards. I have friends of mine who get mad at me for like picking up a card, be like, you picked that up and you didn't tell me? No, I don't always do that. I feel like it's a little bit bragging. And it's just like kind of not my personality to do that in some ways. And it's a little bit showing off. And sometimes it just makes me feel uncomfortable to do that kind of thing. So I'm collecting for myself, sometimes to like show my dad, or like, you know, maybe like the friends that I was doing this with to like figuring it out and like to show that person. But I'm not just like showing my like my new pickups of the day kind of thing in normal life, except now on Instagram, which I'm embarrassed about.
Well, but David, the only thing I'll say to that is that that's kind of what hobby Instagram is for. You know, it is a collection, for the most part, a collection of card accounts, right? A lot of accounts on Instagram have their card account. A lot of people have their card account, and then they have their regular life, friends and family and kids and job account where they share other things with, because they, in a way, you know, they're embarrassed of the hobby, some people, so they keep it to the card account and to that community where everyone gets it. So I hear what you're saying, and you are new to Instagram, so I understand that. But I think you might over time realize that it's okay to share your cards on there. That's what it's part of what it's for, you know, because the more, and also there are benefits to it, which you're probably already experiencing. The more you show your cards and share them on there, the more you're going to build your community and have opportunities to find more cards, whether it's upgrades or new cards or, you know, transactions that are going to make for helping your collection out. It's kind of for that, but I hear what you're saying still. So, you know, the other thing when it comes to discovery is, and Joe and I used to do this more than we do now. Joe's been working a lot, so we don't, you know, I've been doing this more with David lately, is discovering with a friend and, you know, being on the phone till late at night with your computers open, you know, you're searching, you're using Auction Wire to search all the platforms, you're using Card Ladder to see what's, you know, what prices make sense at different levels. And you're hunting for new or just whatever things to buy, that is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to discover either by yourself or together with like-minded. That's why we get along, because a lot of us, we have this in common. We don't all have to collect the same sets, players, eras, or sports, but obviously having the hobby in common is a wonderful thing. We're so fortunate to have our hobby, all of us, not just the 5, everybody, 224 people with us right now, all 224 plus 5 here, all 229 of us have this in common together. We are so fortunate. But when you have the specific in common, and you see these happening on Instagram group chats, there's Griffey group chats and Jordan group chats and Luca group chats and all these different things, vintage group chats, like that makes it, that's just community. We are social animals, us human beings. That's what we are. And some of us more so than others, but yeah, I just love everything about this hobby. Even David convinced me a little bit on the moving on from a card thing a little bit, but not the fact, because I say it all the time, we are allowed to change our mind. We are allowed to fall out of love with cards. So when I fall out of love with a card and I move on from it, yeah, there's a cleansing feel to that. But when I move a card because I have to, because I need the money for real life reasons, or I need to get into a Joe Jackson Cracker Jack card, it's very painful. That can be very painful. Joshua Adams, please.
David, I heard that you fell out of love with that George Kell card, so you can contact me offline afterwards and we can work something out. So thank you. I'll go back to being on mute.
I still love that George Kell card. Sorry, Josh. I still love my Leaf short print Hall of Famers. I'm starting to fall in love with with my Leaf Hall of Famers that are not short prints, that are not the most iconic rookies, but the short print ones are still in my heart, Josh. Sorry about that.
They're the best. Yep.
So Joe, since you were on earlier in the show, we did see that Celebrini card sell, and I don't think you were here for the discussion about his relationship with the Warriors and Steph and Draymond and all that, but you are in the Bay Area, and Celebrini is on your San Jose Sharks. That is now the highest selling. It's the 3rd highest selling card of all time, hockey card, and it only missed number 2 by $9,000. It just shy of. It sold for $1,281,000, where the second highest card before that was $1,290,000. Basically the same price. Except that the time value of money does shift, so it's a bit cheaper now, actually. But with all that said, Joe, what are your thoughts on that? You're in the area. Do you hear the scuttlebutt by the water cooler about Macklin Celebrini? Do you think it's how tuned into him? And do you think it matters that he is buddies with these guys on the Warriors? Because you weren't here for that before.
I absolutely think it matters that his dad's been, associated with the Warriors as a trainer for the last decade, and through the dynasty, or quote unquote dynasty, the 4 championships that the Warriors won. I don't hear him that much in my day to day, to be honest. Like water cooler chatter, I don't know if that's a byproduct of like hockey's relevance. I hear him a lot more just in the hobby at large, and kind of like listening to content. What I will say though, like from a personal standpoint, is that an association with like Steph Curry is not a bad thing, and that I think he's probably been able to like pick up on certain things that NBA stars have had to deal with, and that probably will serve him well moving into hopefully a long and prosperous career. And the kid just has like, along with like, I've watched a little, and I'm not a hockey expert, but he's really good with the puck, right? Like he's a really good skater. He's really dexterous in his movements, and he's got just a lot of charisma. Like he's a sweetheart of a young man, and really compelling, I would say. So good things ahead, I think, for Macklin.
Yeah, and I think that all matters for sure. So I just asked because I still have it up on my other monitor here at the $1.281 million, and
amazing. It's amazing. That's amazing. That's like like stunning, actually. I mean, you're a hockey collector, so like, why don't you put it into context? Maybe you already did, but like,
kind of did. It is shocking. But yeah, it is. But it's a sign of where the hobby is at, and I think I just want to take the conversation that way for a minute, for a couple of minutes, maybe for the five of us and the chat as well. You know, it feels like the hobby in the past few months has entered a whole new sort of trajectory, because we've seen ever since Fanatics purchased Topps, we've been on this wild ride leading up to the taking over of the NBA license last year, and now the football license a few months ago, and the anticipation of it, and the talk about Fanatics having an impact on the hobby, of growing the hobby. And I know that comes with pros and cons depending on how you hobby and what price point you shop at, right? Are you priced out now and all that? But it feels like the hobby, and we call it the hobby, and we've talked about this recently, you know, the hobby is just one segment of the overall ecosystem. The hobby is not the ecosystem, and not to me. Trading cards, the ecosystem is the trading card ecosystem. The industry lives in it, the hobby lives in it, and everything else. It feels like the ecosystem, the trading card ecosystem, is on this new trajectory as of late, and not just financially, although that's there and that is ubiquitous with what I'm saying, but this trajectory has to do with how mainstream it is becoming. It was mainstream in the early 90s. The hobby was mainstream in that junk wax era. Everybody was collecting. And now we're at a point where, guys, no word of a lie, 3 hours, not even two, it was about 2 hours before this show went live today, I walked with my son over about a block and a half away, because there was a lemonade stand and he wanted to go buy a cup of lemonade from the kids doing the lemonade stand. Get to the lemonade stand, and the kids are these two boys. They're probably 10 or 12 years old, and they got a cup with some good money in it, you know, like probably $60 or something from a lemonade stand. And I'm like, wow, what are you guys going to do with it? Buy a hobby box. That was the answer. Buy a hobby box. Incredible. Like, I don't know, but that's what's going on right now. These were kids, and that's what they're going to do with their lemonade stand money. To me, that was a bit of a signal that the hobby is starting to permeate. I mean, it's not like kids never collected before, but it's starting to permeate so much of society, so much more of society than it did even 6 months ago, I think. And the root cause is everything. There's no one root cause, I don't think. The root cause is everything that's going on, and all the attention, all it's social media, it's the celebrities involved, it's Fanatics having access to the celebrities, it's crypto billionaires coming in and buying Celebrini rookie cards for $1.3 million. It's all the YouTube and all the Instagram. It's everything that's going on. And it's also the fact that the athletes are now out there and they are becoming more mainstream than they ever were even before. They've always been looked up to and heroes to people, but they're even bigger out there now than they've ever been. They are becoming, you know, godly in some ways, which is crazy to say, but it's just what's going on in the world. So I'm sensing, like I said, just come back full circle, that I'm feeling like the hobby's on this new trajectory. Since the early pandemic days, we've talked about the innings. It's been a famous conversation on the crossover, going back to early Chris Hoge crossover content with Josh and Christina. But I don't know, guys. I don't know where the hobby's going, but it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So I don't even know what I'm getting at here. I'm just sharing my what I'm sensing, which is just this massive growth. So if you go back to what Fanatics or Michael Rubin, I believe, said, we're going to 10x the hobby, or we want to 10x the hobby. I think they've done it. I don't know what the measure is, but in some way or ways, I think they have 10x the hobby already. And I think they're just getting started. I think the hobby is just getting started. So what inning are we in? Inning 0. Like there are no innings. We are in the same inning that Major League Baseball is in. We are in one of an unending amount of innings. There will be more games played after this 9-inning game is over. And after those games are played, there will be a fresh season that's going to start again next year and the year after and the year after. Joshua.
Major League Baseball is going to be on strike next year. So just,
Yeah, I mean, but they will. But you know what? And that's a great comment, because with that, the hobby will see cycles. It will see cycles, right? But Major League Baseball will be back, just like it was the last time they struck, and it'll keep going. It's never going to end. It might take a break. That's just a break. But Major League Baseball is not going to end until humanity ends, really, or there's a new sport that makes baseball look silly, which I don't know if that's ever going to happen. So it's really, I don't know, guys. It's the inning talk. Let's just get some responses going around the horn here. Let's start with you, Hoj.
Great rant. I don't want to dampen things too much, but I think the metric that I would look at is that I think Fanatics has played a role, so have many other hobby companies, in expanding the total scope of the hobby by 2 to 3 times, I think, since taking over, which is still enormous. It's still very good, but I don't think we're anywhere near 10x yet, which you can take as skepticism or pessimism on my behalf, or you can take that very optimistically and say, man, imagine when they do 10x it, what it'll be like. I think we're at 2 to 3x right now, and I'm just using industry volume metrics for the secondary market. So that's where I'm coming from on that. Right now we're seeing monthly sales levels at 700 million or so for on Card Ladder's industry tab, and not so long in the recent past, those numbers were 250 million, 200 million exactly. So I would love, I'd confidently say 2 to 3x is good. I like your inning. I like your dismissal of the innings metaphor, because quite frankly, it never did make sense to begin with. Like, the innings thing presumes that this is a terminal process that ends eventually, and cyclical is the much better metaphor. So I'm with you on that too, Jeremy. And then I'll pass the mic. A great rant. I love the spirited rant, and I love when we give ourselves permission to be optimistic and enjoy where we've landed.
No, and I appreciate you kind of bringing me back to center there on the 10x thing. It feels like it, though. It feels like when I'm at a card show, maybe it doesn't feel like 10x. Maybe it feels somewhere in between. But like you also aptly said, they, along with other companies in the space, have done a good job of growing the pie. That is happening whether we like it as collectors or not. It is happening. I bring up the industry tab here, and we can see July is showing 695 million. So is June, 695. And then it goes down from there all the way back to, September of 2024, when we were at 200 million. So we go from 2 to 7. That's a 3.5 multiplier just on these platforms here. It's only Heritage, Fanatics, Alt, Golden. eBay, Fanatics, Alt, Golden, and Heritage. Chris, is it true that these 5 numbers add up to the number up here?
They don't, but those are the top 5. So they're the vast majority. But there's somewhere around 20 marketplaces.
Okay,
those are top 5.
So the other thing I want to mention, and this is almost like actually because it's almost changing the topic a little bit, redirecting it. Before I do that, I want to go around the horn again and just ask you guys: are you? Again, it doesn't matter what the X is, but are you feeling like I am that the hobby is entering a new trajectory this year in 2026? I'm feeling that. I'm sensing it. Chris, you're nodding in agreement. Is that fair to say?
I do agree.
Okay. How about you, Josh? Are you sensing it from your perspective?
Yeah, for sure.
Joe?
Yes.
And I mean, coming out of the National especially might, well, if you, especially, maybe not for Joe who hadn't been to the National before, but if you had been to the National before, you see it almost firsthand. David?
Yes, I'm very optimistic, but I also I'm bracing myself at the same time, and I think that that's healthy. I kind of think of this as like stocks, right? When stocks are just at a crazy high, every housewife at the beauty parlor is talking about stocks, right? And that they're all geniuses, and like oh, the pick that I ended up choosing, and like when stocks are down or tumbling, right? Those same people are out of the market completely. And I just, we've been at a high for such a long period that I would love to see how it's going to look when there is a dip, when there is another washout like there was after COVID with this new high level that we're at. And that's not saying that we're going to lose everybody, but I just think that, we're definitely not going to we're not going to lose as many people that we gained, but that's the only thing that I really want to see. I think it's very easy for everyone to seem like geniuses right now with the way that the hobby is.
Yeah, I think it's important to be conservatively, or maybe just to be cautiously optimistic. But I'm not even my setting up, framing this for the discussion is nothing to do with like, is the market about to crash? Really, I mean, it might, because I am saying I'm sensing a different trajectory that feels different from the past. That's kind of what I'm saying. I could definitely listen. I mean, if I don't know what it would take for this to slow down, but it's going to slow down. It has to plateau at some point, and plateaus are scary because things can go in one of two directions from the plateau, right? And oftentimes you're going to see a bit of a push. A pushback, a retraction in levels. So I hear what you're saying. Fair comments, absolutely. So go ahead, Joe.
You mentioned ecosystems, and I think that's an interesting term. And the lemonade stand anecdote is also compelling. One way to look at it is like, how are these? I think there's more than one ecosystem. I think there's a few different ecosystems, and how they're interacting with each other. I think it's fair to say that both as individual collectors and as an overall industry, we've gotten smarter. I think we've learned some lessons.
I remember saying this in the COVID run up. Exactly.
Sure. Well, it's possible, but iron sharpen iron, and maybe not, but maybe the different ecosystems from wax. Like the National was a perfect representation, because there were whole different sectors having their own experiences, like completely, but they were all proximate to each other, and there was probably exchanges or capital moving forward in different ways through those markets. We've discussed efficiency, like from a kind of like individual card, but like market efficiency. But I'm wondering if we've gotten more efficient in how these different areas or the different ecosystems are interacting with each other.
Well, I just push back because I think you're talking about segments in the same ecosystem. I think to me, it's one ecosystem, but it has several segments that all interact with and towards and amongst each other. It maybe the word isn't right, but it is right for what I'm thinking, which is the umbrella of it all, not the industry, because some people say, I just collect, I don't care about the industry. So you're the hobby. There's the industry. There's the card shows, there's the flippers, there's the supply companies, there's all the ancillary businesses. It all falls under something which I'm choosing to call an ecosystem. So they're all in one single ecosystem, which I'm calling the trading card ecosystem. So, but they all the different segments function within that same, again, I'm using the term ecosystem. Maybe for you, that wasn't the right word. Maybe, I don't know, umbrella might be the better word, but it's all one big, I don't know. something.
Maybe the response I'm having is because like I don't break wax anymore. I don't go on
Right,
what
but they're
like
still part of the ecosystem,
they're
right?
not
Because
part of my
without-
ecosystem. But
well,
maybe they are. Maybe they are. But like they don't feel part of my ecosystem. They feel very discreet in some other like other things that other people are doing that
right.
to me.
Just like fish in the ocean are part of the Earth's ecosystem, but they have no idea that there's monkeys in the jungle, right? Same sort of thing. They all work together. You lose one species, the whole world can go kaput, right? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
And you don't buy cards without breaking. There's no
Well,
you
that's-
can't buy your
Right.
stuff without cards being broken. You know what I mean?
So my point is kind of like that like maybe there's been some efficiency in those ecosystems like interacting with each other. But you know, I'm just spitballing. I'm not
Yeah,
trying to-
no, it's just semantics. What I'm calling the various segments or sections or parts or, within the overall trading. And I've noticed I'm not saying sports card because I'm considering the ecosystem to also include TCG and non-sport and maybe even memorabilia and tickets and magazines because we do share real estate with them at card shows. We do the grading companies grade all these things or various combinations of them. So the whole ecosystem is growing right now. And will it continue to grow? I think it's going to continue to grow for a while because I think there's still a lot of people who haven't yet discovered it that are going to. I'm not talking about the values of our cards. I'm not talking about that's not what I'm getting at here. It's not about will wax continue to get more expensive? Will singles continue to get more expensive? Will it cost more to hobby? That might be a consequence of it. My original setup was really just about it feels like the hobby is reaching corners of society it hasn't reached since the early 90s. And it will be different this time than back then. Not completely different, but there will be differences. We are smarter than we were in that. We've experienced the 90s. We've experienced the dry spell of the early 20 teens. We've experienced the COVID run up and pull back. We've experienced all these things. So will we be a bit smarter this time? Because until the junk wax era, sports cards it was really one sort of era, it was just, they were premiums, sell tobacco, sell candy, sell chewing gum. And then eventually, when Cy Berger and they started really, I think, pushing the collecting of sets, it was kind of one very simple evolution from the early 1900s until really the mid 80s when we experienced the price guide era and the evolution of Upper Deck coming out with holograms and security. Why did trading cards need security holograms before? They weren't even the main product. So it's just something feels new and different. Even Fanatics with Fanatics Fest, like they are reaching more people. And I don't even care that it's Fanatics. It's the hobby. The industry, the ecosystem is sucking. More people are coming under this umbrella, and more and more people all the time. So, okay, I'll end my thoughts on that there because I feel like I'm starting to go in circles. But it's just fun to talk and think about. I enjoy the conversation. Even if I'm just having it with myself right now. Anyone want to respond at all? Josh Adams, please.
All right, so the good thing about this hobby is, and you can pick and choose what you want to pay attention to, right? I'm like the king of that. I just kind of have my own bubble. I literally do not pay attention to things I don't care about. And that's kind of how I do it. Because for me, this is like I put on my hobby hat, right? Like my collector's hat. I love doing this as an escape from my everyday life. It's soothing, it's relaxing, and I find it enjoyable and peaceful and calming. If I start getting involved into whether some billionaire Michael Rubin is 10xing a hobby, I'm going to get worked up and annoyed. So I don't worry about that. I just worry about going to shows, finding cards, enjoying my collection, and having a good time. Like, I always think of this quote. You ever see the movie My Dinner with Andre? It's a great movie from the 70s. Anyway, there's a part where he says, when I was younger, I was an aristocrat. I rode in taxis. I thought about art and music and read books. Now I'm an adult. All I do is think about is money. So I kind of think about that all the time. Like, I just enjoy the cards as it's fun and it's a hobby for me, putting on my hobby hat, and that's so I tend not to like worry about the other stuff.
I love it. I mean, listen, yeah, man, that's you're spitting facts, Josh, because we talked earlier with Chris's Romo collector topic about curating your collection and how you can enjoy it. You can curate your hobby experience as well. You don't need to pay attention to any of these things. But if you're a regular panelist on Sports Cards Live, Josh Adams, you're going to be part of the conversation sometimes. So you're going to be forced to, but then you can sit there and just, you don't have to partake, which is totally cool too.
I do some preliminary research, so I have to admit that. Reluctantly, but because I love you, Jeremy, and love doing the show, so I do some reluctantly research.
And I'm not. Listen, I'm genuinely like admire your approach. That's the thing. We can all do this however we want. There's lots I don't pay attention to in the hobby too, and it's because I don't care or it doesn't help me be productive. I like to be productive. I want to be inspired, and I want to be encouraged, and I want to, I don't want, the opposite is no good for me. It does not help me fulfill my life dreams. So it's easy. Block, turn off, unfollow. It's so easy to do these things and to curate your experience. You owe it to yourself. We only get one shot at this life, so we think. And so, don't waste it. Make it as good as you can for yourself. Be kind to people. Be as inclusive as you can be with people. Enjoy the hobby. Spread some positive. Treat others as you want to be treated. All that thing. Like, be kind to people. They'll likely be kind back to you. Not everybody agrees with that, but that's a good way to be. So I'm with you, Josh. And that's we're talking about this ecosystem, this umbrella, the overall trading card world. Maybe world is a better word, Joe. The overall world and everything that's within it. You don't have to be privy to all of it. Anyone have any comments, Joe, David, or Chris on the topic? No? The other thing I wanted to talk about then, before what I was mentioning, was when we look at this chart on Card Ladder, it's a great chart. And I think it is highly indicative of where the market is at. But it omits, not on purpose, huge amounts of money moving in our hobby. Monstrous. Like this 700 million. This is what I've been thinking about this for a couple of years now based on this industry tab. What percentage does this number, $695 million in July, what percentage of that, what percentage of the total market does this represent? Because this does not include LCS revenue. It does not include card show transactions. It does not include ComC. It does not include private transactions on social media. It does not include live selling transactions on Whatnot. I don't think it includes Fanatics Live private selling. I don't think it includes eBay Live. It doesn't include also things like all the revenue that is generated by now, this isn't as interesting, but it does include supplies. What are we spending on supplies? What are we spending on Card Ladder subscriptions? What are we spending on grading? What are we spending on grading? That number is actually not too hard to find with GemRate. You can average the cost of grading times 3 million cards a month and add that in there. But right there, what is it? 3 million cards a month. This might double the number. I'm pulling out my calculator right now. Okay, say 2.5 million cards a month. I think that's low. Times an average of what? $30? $75 million on top of, that's just grading. LCSs, card shows, private transactions, live selling, other marketplaces the Card Ladder has not yet teamed up with. Hopefully they will. I'm sure, So I posed the question. This is just for fun. What percentage of the total market is the Card Ladder industry tab, which, we should be grateful we have this number, because if we have the Card Ladder number, which we do, and we can estimate what percentage it is of the global, the overall, now we understand what this whole, we're also not counting the various levels of retail. Top sells to distributors or directly. Distributors sell to retail. Retail sells to customers. We're not counting retail in this. We're not counting retail. Walmart, Target, wherever else you buy cards. So I think I'll start with you, Chris, because I have to think first of all, yes or no question. Well, have you thought of this? And do you have any thoughts on what the overall financial picture looks like monthly wise?
I have no reason to come up with a precise, formal, well-researched answer to this question, but I do like to think about it, and it's fun. And so this is just going to be guesswork on my behalf, but I don't know. I think, I think there could be a case that card ladder, when we're talking about total industry revenue, I think that number might be 10 to 30%, somewhere in that range of the total industry, because you mentioned many great ones. You didn't mention breaking. How many?
I mentioned live selling, which I meant
selling. How many tens or hundreds of millions are spent on that? If we group in the digital repacks, I just think that number's 10 to 30%, maybe more, but and so if that's the case, like if we're really like want to ride the bull right now, let's say it's like 20% or something, so you can 5 times 700 million. So you're talking about 3.5 billion per month times 12. You could project this industry as, God, it just sounds fantastical to say, but 30, 40, 50 billion annually, if it sustains at the rate it's at right now. That makes it larger than the NBA, not just a team. That makes it larger than the industry of the National Basketball Association. It makes it larger than the MLB. I think it makes it larger than the NFL even. All revenue that those professional leagues generate. I do think that we all, and I think it's good. I get a little nervous putting a spotlight on it, honestly, because you do start to worry that the vultures and the sharks start circling when they understand numbers like this. But you look at that and you just say we are so fortunate to be a part of something like that, I think. And especially those in the audience and on the stage who have been doing it for 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 plus years, to have seen that, to have had the good fortune and or the good vision to have saw from early on that this is a sustainable and could become such a great big hobby to enjoy with many more people and on a much larger scale, and to believe in it and to see it through. Or even if you just do it because you just enjoy it and you maybe even resent or don't even like this development, in any event, it's miraculous. I think it actually doesn't get anywhere near the plaudits that it should get because it's so unusual. It's such a unicorn of an industry. But I think it doesn't because we're really not here for that. Very few of us are here for that. The business is fascinating. We have some great content creators who cover the business, but the vast majority of us aren't here for the business. We're here to escape business. To Josh's point, we're here to escape industry. We're here to escape numbers on screens and spreadsheets. And we're here to have a good time, to enjoy good company, to collect cards, to think and challenge ourselves and have fun doing it. And to Joe's point earlier, but just because it makes our lives better, because I could be sitting in a meeting and I'll be upset or stressed or bored, and then I can just think about a card deal I'm working on or a card that I own, and it really levels everything out.
Yeah, you're right. We are not all here for that, but we do talk about it at times. And I think what you want to respond to one thing you said, the vultures are already circling, are they not? I mean, these numbers are not, it's not a secret. Hey, the vultures are reading Card Ladder's industry tab, and they are smart enough to know that it is a percentage of the overall. You said 10 to 30, you said 21 point. The dude here says 20. I lean towards that number too. I just ran a quick back of the napkin sort of calculation. LCSs. Are there 5,000 LCSs? Are they doing $2.5 million a year in revenue each on average? I mean, we just heard, I think it was Mike Mahan said that the London store that they opened did like 25 million or something, some big number that they were way more, 5 times what they were expecting or something like that. The math I ran was 5,000 stores at 25 million a year. Divide that hold on. It's not, I did 5,000 stores by 2.5 million a year in revenue, and then divide that by 12 months. I get 1 billion a month 1 billion just at the LCS level. I don't know if those numbers are good or bad, but there's a billion. So we're at 700 million on the card ladder industry tab. At $1 billion for that. You got it. What are we adding for every? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We won't get into the detail, but it just shows that, we get very impressed at 700. Heck, we were impressed. I remember, Chris, when, card ladder index hit 422. I'm looking at it now. I'll show you guys too. But like, even when we were hitting the 300 millions, it's like, wow, we're back. We're back to 300. If I can I make this even? Can I go to all time here for a second? So you look at this in the COVID run up, 112 million. Now there were less platforms represented here, so these numbers are somewhat skewed. But look what's going on here, guys. 2025 to 2026, it's absolutely mind-boggling. It's just crazy. So anyway, just talking about the industry, the ecosystem, the overall level of financial activity that is a part of our hobby. Each of our hobby is impacted by this one way or another. And it's as Yankees fan says here, it's a boatload of money. It's quite as simple as that. It's a boatload of money. So, all right. Anything, we can wrap this up unless there's any other topics or comments. Josh, you're just chilling, just patting yourself. Good. Joe, Chris, or David, any comments? David, you were at a conference this weekend. Any sort of excitement like the card hobby has, or was it totally unrelated?
There's a little bit of card content. Topps had a booth there.
Where were you?
So I was at a convention called D23. It's like the biggest Disney convention in the world. My 9-year-old loves Disney, so I was dragged to that. But it's actually a really fun time. And Laura Khan is there and Topps is there. And they're both very busy booths. Topps was giving away like a promo card of like one different one each day. And it had one of the largest lines you could have. They also had hobby boxes that always sold out within the first 2 hours that were there. So Topps knows what they're doing. They're branching all over the place. It was fun. It was I've had a great time, but nothing really else hobby-wise with this convention.
Okay. Well, we had a request from the chat to show Joe's Babe Ruth again, so I'm going to put that on the screen. I think this is going to take Chris off, but it should leave the rest of us slightly visible. Yeah, Chris, I'm sorry to block you. I can't move this, though. But there it is. We were asked by Sundin 564 to show Joe's Ruth again, and it's an accept. I mean, Joe killed it between this card and this card. I mean, these are my two favorites. The other three are great too, but these are like showmaker cards for anybody sort of thing. But there's the Ruth again. Josh Adams, please.
Joe, that green copy is amazing. What is the alteration on it?
It's the pencil marks that are barely visible in the bottom right corner that have been erased.
Gotcha. Awesome card.
Yeah, so darn nice, says Sundin. That's amazing from ACal Cards. Good to see you. All right, guys. Well, listen, let's wrap this up. Thank you all for joining. I want to thank Clark from the Cards to the Moon podcast and 5 Card Guys for joining us earlier for the middle segment. Great to have Clark on the show. Check out his podcast, you guys. Huge thank you to my buddy Joe Poirot. Saved my butt. As I don't know if you were aware of this, David. Did you see what happened?
No, what happened?
So, big lightning thunderstorm here. There was a huge bolt of lightning. It took out my internet. Like, it bolted and my internet went down immediately. I had to reboot the modem, restart the computer. I was gone for close to 10 minutes probably. And Joe held court. Because I was on my phone listening as I was doing things. Joe took care of business like a champ. Joe, seriously, you killed it, man.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Awesome.
Yeah. I had to get out my readers. Well, first of all, David, I thought it was me because, my internet's always kind of spotty over here. So I thought, oh, God, right in the middle of my Babe Ruth explanation, my internet's going down. How classic. But then it turned out it was Jay Lee, and we had heard the thunderbolts ahead of time. So it kind of made sense, like Canadian thunderstorm, I guess.
Oh.
So,
But it was.
What did you do?
Well,
so you just
Joe handled the comp, but literally, I left my office here. I went out. My wife and my daughter was crying. She was scared from the thunder, and like it was scary. So
Yeah.
she was, and she's like, yeah, our daughter's here, and I'm like, oh my god, I got to go reboot the modem because it was like it killed the internet, the whole neighborhood for sure. So anyway, big thank you to Joe for just because Joe, you handled it you didn't miss a beat. So well done, and thank you again. Double O's is in my town. He says crazy storm in YYC tonight. Yeah, it was crazy, Jesse. Absolutely. Thank you, David Chase, for making the late appearance and joining us. Joshua Adams, great inputs tonight. Thank you. And Chris Hoge, thank you for your inputs and bringing the topic, or one of the topics at least. And yeah, guys, this show should get an Emmy. Thank you, Yankees fan. I think he's serious too. I love it. Appreciate that so much. Terp says he saw that about the London store, that what I was just mentioning. So, all right, guys, I'll be back tomorrow night, Fanatics Weekly, also on Fanatics Live Collect Originals with the weekly auctioning watch party. I don't think I have any other shows this week. Oh, The Hangover will be dropping on Wednesday, as it always does. Everyone on the panel here, by the way, they're always all invited, but it's tough because we record it during the day. So I will send you all the link. If you can make it, that's great. But of course, there's no pressure. Even if it's just me, I will still do the show. But I feel like, David, you're most often available. Tougher now for you, Joe. We miss you. Josh makes it every so often. We've yet to see Hoge on The Hangover. Hoge, can we ever expect you? And no, I'm not pressuring you. I'm just asking. Is it something that you ever think you'll drop into?
Absolutely not. I'm just joking. No. I'm joking.
I'm okay with it.
No. I do. I want to make it. It's just like during the week, my weekdays are very hectic.
Fair enough. Well, just so you know, I
do watch
invited.
them all for whatever that's worth.
You're always welcome and invited. Everyone is. So we'll have that dropping on Wednesday morning on the Sports Card Clubhouse channel, exclusive. Make sure you're subscribed to the Sports Card Clubhouse, everybody. And yeah, check out Auction Wire for 60 days of free service. Check out Card Ladder. We have a link below if you're not yet subscribed. It's funny how many people, even at the local show I was at this past weekend, everyone's using Card Ladder. It's ubiquitous with the hobby, Hoge. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on your success over there. All right, guys. For August the 15th, 2026, this episode of Sports Cards Live is now
over.
And with that, good night, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the Sports Cards Live community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and most of all, keep collecting. More great content to come. Sports Cards is a lifestyle.